Planning Commission meeting this evening. We just want to go over a few items, especially with all the public that we do have in session currently. We would like to invite those who would like to speak in the attendance to give them the opportunity to do that. The Planning Commission chair will open at the beginning of this meeting a general public comment session for anything outside of the meeting agenda. And then again, he will open it for specific items that are listed on the agenda. During those times, if those who wish to speak, please raise your hand with the raising icon that is on your computer. If you are on your telephone, please push *6 to raise and unraise your hand, as well as *9 to mute and unmute yourself. You'll be given 3 minutes. Each person will be given 3 minutes, and there will be a timer. This evening, staff did email, Scott emailed regarding the 340 Myrtle project. There were 3 public comments that came in after the meeting agenda was posted. So this evening you received a memo and 3 emails. I thank you for your patience during our continued remote meeting, and I will now hand it over to Chair Reddick to officially begin this evening's meeting. Oh, you're on mute, Chair Reddick. Apologize.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I did open this August 24, 2021 meeting of the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission, and to start, we'll invite everyone to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Bridget, would you please do the roll call of commissioners?
Yes, and I'm currently bringing in Commissioner Gorn, so I just wanted to let you know. Give him a second here. Okay. Commissioner Benjamin?
Here.
Commissioner Gorn?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hernandez?
I am almost fully present.
And Vice Chair Polgar?
Here.
And Chair Reddick?
I'm here.
All planning commissioners are present this evening.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Next item on our agenda is consideration of the minutes of our last meeting, which was August 10 of this year. Do commissioners have any comments or edits for these minutes? If not, we would welcome a motion to approve them. Commissioner Benjamin.
I'm being polite tonight. I move to approve the minutes as presented in the staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Gorn seconds.
Commissioner Benjamin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorn?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Polgar?
It was not there.
Absent to abstain. And Chair Reddick?
Yes.
4-5. Okay, 4-1.
Minutes are approved.
Correct.
The next item on the agenda is, as at the beginning of every planning commission meeting, what we call public comment, where we, as Bridget said a moment ago, we welcome comment from the public on anything outside of the 2 agenda items on tonight's public hearing. So if any members of the public would like to address the commission on anything else, now is the right time to do that. I believe there's one hand.
Yep. We have Jean Knight that would like to speak.
Hi, thank you, commissioners, for letting me speak. I'm Jean Knight, and I live in El Granada, actually. But this is an issue that affects the entire coast side, which is the affordable housing issue. And I had heard, and a few other people had heard, that there might be a parcel available that has access from Stone Pine Road and 92, a 20-acre parcel that might be for sale. It sounds to me like it might be the corporation yard. I'm not sure. but it apparently has sewer and water hookups. And if that is available, just want to ask if you could please look into it, because we have the Moss Beach one that hopefully will go through, but that's not going to be enough affordable housing. So if you just could consider that, if that is available, that would be great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Are there any other comments, general comments from the public?
I'm seeing none.
I was perhaps remiss in not officially opening public hearing there, which I apologize for, but now I'll close it and move to the next item on our agenda, which is a study session on the City of Half Moon Bay's Corporation Yard upgrade program project. And please note that this is a study session. There is to be no decision or action taken by the commission tonight on this. And I believe that John Dowdy will lead the staff presentation on this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Who's got the PowerPoint?
I do not, so I don't know.
Todd, are you pulling up the PowerPoint? Sorry.
Or Doug, I don't know who.
So, okay.
Apologies, everyone. I'm trying to get it up and running and loaded on the correct slide. So let's see if we can get that done. Oh.
I'm in a weird position here. I'm at my standing desk and none of the camera angles, well, nothing could make this mug look any better, but it certainly is not pleasant with it. But it makes my back feel better. So sorry.
Of course.
The way you're
being too modest as usual.
Hey, there is less of me that I am proud of. So.
So just a reminder to everybody that at a study session like this, the staff will present, will welcome public comment on the project under discussion, and planning commissioners will deliberate and pose and offer to staff our points of view on this. But again, there'll be no decisions made or action taken on the project.
Thank you. And I'll while this is being rectified, I can kind of start anyway. It's I didn't really have any slides, and I know you're thankful for that. I am pleased to be here. It's always fun to be back at the Planning Commission, but I'm really pleased to be here to at least start the conversation off regarding what we hope to be our permanent corporation yard. I think most of you, if not all of you, have been around here long enough to know that we've been struggling for quite some time to try to figure out a spot. Obviously, at one point, there was belief that a spot next to the sand plant was the likely spot for this. That opportunity went away. And from that point, it's been a kind of endless cycle trying to figure out a property that was big enough, that could accommodate the types of uses, was zoned right, and would not, create issues and concerns among any of the neighbors. I think with 880 Stone Pine property, we have threaded the needle as best that we probably can in the community. You'll also recall that this was pretty well identified and vetted as part of the LCP process. It was kind of a known entity that we were working, a known aspect that we were working on the sale. To respond to quickly on the issue of the public comment, this is the roughly 20-acre site, I guess, in question, and it is no longer for sale. It was purchased and closed around June 1, was the final closing on this with the lender. So we took out a loan. The loan was about $2.2 million for the actual property and another $1 million for pre-development and initial development work for the project. And that was through the California I Bank, and that is the infrastructure bank, not the iBank. So, and they were very good to us. We had a very fair rate, and we're excited by that. One of the constraints with regard to the iBank deal is that we are obligated to expend all of the proceeds for, all the proceeds for the loan in essence by August of 2022. So that remainder of whatever remains at the $1 million roughly, plus some that the city's put in from the general fund for phase 1A it needs to be expended. So this process is one that needs to move as quickly as reasonably possible. We went into this understanding that this site had obviously had some constraints. One of the reasons that the price of what happened here, that the price of this site went down about $1 million from the original purchase price a decade ago, was I think that there was really more of a understanding about what could and could not be done there. And from the perspective of housing, this is just not a place in which housing is really a viable alternative. And Todd will go through the site plan and kind of be clear about why we say that. It is extremely challenging even for us to get really a spot that meets the needs for the corporation yard, and that also meets some of the other desires, I think, within the community, which include hopefully creating a bit of a solar farm there, as well as creating an opportunity for perhaps a larger community garden, and then also parking for that, as well as a trailhead potential for a future path and trail that might likely be in there based on all the agreements in place for the sale. So we understand, and part of the issue, with this site, and the reason why it is a challenge and why we'll be talking about that in more detail with Doug tonight, is there are LCP policy considerations, obviously setbacks from the Pillarcitos Creek. There is an existing easement that was required as part of the post sale that has some implications as well. And then I think everybody is aware of the pond that is in the the left-hand corner there on this slide, that basically provides a breeding ground for we believe red-legged frogs, or potential for red-legged frogs at least. And obviously there's a movement between Pillarcitos Creek and that pond that has been identified in prior environmental studies. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But it's something that is certainly an issue and a constraint that we have to work with. This site is subject to dam failure inundation, as is a lot of the area along the Pillarcitos Creek. This is something we obviously have to be concerned about. We have looked at the mapping, and we're roughly in a 60 to 75 minute notice period here before inundation of this property. So that's a good thing. I wish it was more, but 60 to 75 minutes certainly should allow us adequate time to move things, to get out of there and get our staff out, and also to be able to make sure that the folks in that might be affected by this in the adjoining neighborhood are also alerted and moved out of harm's way as well. This also has a portion of a special flood hazard zone, and basically the A flood zone. We're certainly aware of that. It's from the Pillarcitos Creek. What I want to say on this is that this project will be developed in accordance with all of our existing policies, all of our existing ordinances. Frankly, any that come along the way between now and final approval. We are not trying to do anything or get away with anything, as you might say, that we wouldn't put and impose upon any private development activity. So this is something we're very adamant that we must meet the same obligations that we require of private developers. So this is something this obviously one of the things, and you'll see some pictures of the existing site. While there may be issues, and we'll have to, we will deal with stormwater on the site. Clearly, I think you'll see that with the conceptual design that we're looking at and working on will be an advantage and will be a benefit to the environment, I think, in terms of actually getting stormwater treatment, getting things removed from areas that are too close perhaps to the creek, moving those away, covering the trash, covering storage areas, and just getting things under greater control. Also looking at paving out the driveway access certainly will reduce the issues of dust that we get complaints from our neighbors. And also we're looking at, with this project, abandoning the the southerly driveway there. So that also would result in, I think, some take back of that and getting into the area for the Pillarcitos Creek and in those areas. So I will, I'll shut up and stop talking and pass this along to Todd Seeley, and then he will pass along to Doug Garrison. And I'm certainly available for any questions that might arise in this. And again, thank you for pointing out, Chair, that we are not asking tonight for any kind of action, but we just wanted to get initial feedback, alert the neighbors. We did a much broader notice to get a broader cross section of neighbors than we are required to by law. So hopefully that also is helpful, at least allowing them. And we'll talk a little more about next steps down the road here in the presentation. So thanks again, appreciate it. Todd, take it over.
All right, thanks, John, for that introduction. Chair Ruddick, Vice Chair Polgar, Commissioners Benjamin, Gorn, and Hernandez. My name is Todd Seeley, and I'm the Public Works Superintendent for the City of Half Moon Bay. I have met some of you, but not all of you, so I just wanted to take a chance to introduce myself and say hello, and thank you for allowing us to come here this evening to present. I must admit with full disclosure that I have a small bit of ulterior motives here, because this is actually where my office resides and is located at. So this is probably going to be my home for the next 15 years or so. So it is a bit of interest for me for this project. And I do appreciate your guys' willingness to listen to us and take time out of your evening to hear what we have to say. Before we go to the next slide, because of the scale of the drawings that we've attached, I think it's kind of important that we just take a quick snapshot of this. And John touched on it briefly. So basically, there's a northerly road and a southerly road that go east-west through the property. Both of those roads are unimproved with a road that bisects it going north-south. Those areas have been problematic for Cypress Cove just due to the amount of dust that we generate with our trucks coming in and out of there every day. So one of the benefits that we're going to realize from this project is potentially abandoning those roads and actually getting a paved road in there. So we think that'd be a benefit. And just for reference, if you guys look to the northwest corner of the property, when we talk about the frog pond is located right there. And when we say the farmhouse is located to the far eastern end of the property. This picture shows a barn set right next to it with some dilapidated barns that we actually removed most of it. Some of it was salvageable, but it was just old and unusable. So that's kind of a good reference point for us to get started with this part of the presentation. Jill, next slide, please. So again, the reason I wanted to go over everything is the scale it's probably pretty difficult to see. It is included with the staff report, I believe, as an attachment, so you have access to these documents. The first part of the project is going to be the paved road, which starts at the end of Stone Pine and basically heads in and dead ends at our farmhouse, which is essentially our administrative office currently right there. We're going to widen that road and make it safe so that two vehicles can pass each other coming and going. But that is probably the first part of the project that we're going to undertake. Let me see. The other part of the project the main part of the project, what we're after is we are in dire need of storage for tools and equipment. And we have lawnmowers, like commercial grade lawnmowers sitting outside getting sea air every day. We have generators sitting outside getting sea air every day. So to combat that, we are proposing erecting a sprung structure just south of that loop. It's going to be approximately 6,750 square feet. Sprung structure is, I won't want to say pre-manufactured. It comes already made from the manufacturer, where they can just basically erect it on site. It's an aluminum framed building with a very thick vinyl type siding on it. Well, it comes with a 50-year lifespan, and they say 50 years. We're on the coast side, obviously, so we're anticipating 35 to 40 years out of it, which is still a pretty impressive lifespan for a building. In the middle of this drawing that you're looking at is also another phase of the project, which is approximately 3¼ acre solar farm. So those two squares right there would be a proposed solar farm for future use. We're in the process of calculating it along with the environmental consultants, but we think we're going to be able to generate quite a bit of solar energy out of that. So that is definitely something that is a boon for the city as far as going green and being able to kick power back into the grid. There's also on this drawing a proposed community garden down to the south. Yep, that area is proposed community garden. So those are the main components of it. The other thing that for myself and my staff is pretty important is security. So it's going to be tough to see on this drawing, but on the parcel that we're proposing to put the new structure on, we are also proposing to put fencing. This really wasn't made public, but in my tenure here, we have had a city vehicle stolen out of the courtyard and another attempted break-in and theft out of the courtyard. So those are two potential. We were lucky to recover the vehicle that did get stolen, but it's not something that we want to look forward to, and especially as we update and modernize our fleet, and it's just going to be more of a target for the unscrupulous to come in here. So the fenced area would be essentially where that old road just east of west of the parking lot to essentially up to 92 to the Spanish Town border, following, and then cuts down there based on the easement and environmental restrictions that we have. So really the proposed construction area for our intents and purposes is only about 4.5 or 5 acres, something like that, if even that. So it's not a huge chunk of the parcel. Also inside the sprung structure that we're proposing to build, we will be doing a little bit of demising in there as far as putting up 2 internal rooms with proper ventilation. We're going to need to store paint, chemicals, and fuel, which we currently store on site, and we do need to get proper ventilation on those areas. Another component to this is this facility that, as it exists now, is nowhere near being ADA compliant. So by installing the sprung structure and building the locker room and restroom complex inside of there, we will be up to ADA compliance. And this plan that you're looking at now actually calls for a couple of ADA parking spaces. So by the time phase 1 is done, we will be fully ADA compliant at this facility. The final thing I want to touch on this drawing, if you look towards the western end of the property, there is shown in this map what we are calling a wildlife corridor. It leads from the frog pond on the northwest corner of the property down to the riparian area. And that's where we propose or are considering crossing for the red-legged frog and any other endangered species. And I believe, well, I don't believe, we are in the process of getting a peer review by Dr. Jennings to take a look at this so that we can move forward with that and make sure that this is a viable option as far as protecting endangered species goes. Are there any questions about any of this before we move on?
I suggest you just go forward and
Understood.
and roll with it, but that's up to the chair.
Please continue, Todd, and then and perhaps after Doug has presented, we'll take clarifying questions.
Understood. Thank you. Jill, next slide, please. This one's a little easier for me to go over. We are showing the proposed phasing for this project. As shown in green, that would be phase 1A, and the sprung structure being in blue, that would be phase 1B. 1A, what that would do would be essentially be all the earthwork. So that would be paving the road, putting in the parking lots, all the underground utilities, getting the site prepped for the actual structure itself. And phase 1B would be the actual installation of the structure. Phase 2 would be the solar farm that I discussed in the previous slide. And phase 3 would be the community garden in the future. Next slide, please.
Hey, Todd, just if I could.
Oh, sure.
To be clear, we are still looking at also solar within the green area as well. We are, our intention is to at minimum meet all of our requirements within our site. The phase 2, the solar field would be basically above and beyond what we're required for our facility. And we certainly will be looking at putting in charging stations and things that we can deal with a EV, with the start of transitioning to perhaps an EV fleet as well down the road.
Thank you, John. All right, again, this one's gonna be tough to see, so I'm kind of gonna walk the commission through what we're looking at here. So the first 4 drawings are side views of the proposed sprung structure. If you start, I'm gonna go, yeah, exactly, start up there. So that is shown the building looking from the east. So if I was looking west, that's what I would see, essentially where the farmhouse is. So that's a person door. The building as it is drawn is 24 feet tall. So it's not terribly tall. And there's just the 1 person door on that side. If you move over to the right, to the next drawing, that is looking from the Pillarcitos Creek from the south. There's no doors or anything on that side. The building length is 135 feet. So it's 135 by 50. So the first drawing is 50 feet, and the long run is 135 feet. The next drawing is looking at the building from Highway 92. So there is a vehicle door on that side shown right there. And the last drawing is shown looking from Stone Pine Road. So there's obviously another vehicle door there. What that gives us is the ability to drive vehicles in and out without having to navigate U-turns inside the building. So we can increase our storage capacity that way. There's also a man door, a person door on the west side of the building as well. The final 4 drawings are even tougher to see. And unfortunately, not all of it is shown to scale. But basically what this is, can you go back? Yeah, sorry about that. So these are going to be material storage bins. The ones that are covered are going to be for trash recycling, and they're going to be covered and most likely some sort of French drain or trench drain system to drain them off. Maz is obviously not here this evening, but he will be working with me on getting a design in place to ensure stormwater compliance on that. So we did have to cover that side for stormwater compliance. So that's the only side that's going to be covered. The other side of the storage bins are going to be for our raw materials, base rock, chips, whatever we happen to be using that week or that month. So there'll be 3 bins on each side. And the other side is not covered, and we don't feel that we need to cover it to be in stormwater compliance. And Maz agrees on that.
It also covering also makes it difficult to get in and out of there with a loader. So
we did have to raise the roof up on the covered side just for that purpose. So the height of the top of the roof is actually 16 feet. So that's fairly tall for a covered structure, but we had to base that on our operational needs and what equipment we had. So we really had no choice but to go taller for that. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to get our backhoe in to clear the debris out. That's good for that. Next slide.
Todd, I just want to suggest that we just highlight where those storage bins are on the.
Oh, sure. The
Are they
storage
right
bins
here?
are essentially in the loop. Yeah, Jill's got it right. She nailed it. It's right in the loop. So we purposely placed them there so that one, our city staff don't have to park their personal vehicles. The personal vehicle parking lot is going to be to the west of that. And we purposely did that because of the materials that we sometimes deal with, nails. I've had 3 guys get a puncture in their personal owned vehicles this year. So we designed that in the middle so that we can just realistically use our backhoe, and the loop is big enough where we can navigate our backhoe in and out of there and clear the debris. Where Jill has them, where she just had the mouse, oh, up to the left a little bit. Nope, too far. So that right there, that is where we're going to be using dumpsters at for off-haul of materials. So the dumpsters will be stored there, and we will be sorting and recycling out of the bins and disposing of debris as necessary to get this stuff out of there. I hope that makes sense. All right, so this is a basic rendering of what this structure is going to look like. Some of you may or may not have seen them. They've been using these a lot in the Bay Area for transportation agencies. I know that VTA is using them to store rail cars in. I believe there's a couple in San Francisco in the East Bay that they're using as homeless navigation centers. So they're very useful buildings. This one's not exactly correct in that it shows the person door on the north side of the building. That's going to be moved to the east side. But it's fairly accurate in the size and the depiction of what it is exactly we're going to end up with. That, and also this is not the color that it's going to be. You can kind of see in the next slide what we have. So that is a more realistic color. What we're thinking. It's kind of like a light brown, and that is an artist rendering that our architectural consultant did, looking from Highway 92. SWCA is our environmental consultant on this project, and they're working on more in-depth visual renderings for this right now. They're not complete yet, unfortunately, but that is a fairly accurate description of a depiction of what we're going to be working with moving forward. Okay. Next slide, please, Joe. So this is kind of just what we're dealing with here. You can imagine in the wintertime, it turns into a big mud pit. This is looking towards Spanish Town. So you can see where that backhoe is parked is where the old barns were that we've already removed. And it's just, this kind of just to give you guys an idea of what we're working with. The next slide is probably more important. So this is our current debris management system. And as you can tell, it is smack dab in the middle of the riparian area. And we are looking forward to getting that out of there as soon as possible. The current trash and recycling area is in the buffer. And we, as shown in the previous slides, we're going to be moving it well outside of the riparian area. And we will be in stormwater compliance once we get the new structure put up. Let's see. I think this is the final slide that I have. This is kind of just giving a snapshot of what my staff have to deal with every day. Instead of one centralized location, we have a myriad of steel storage containers out there. Some of them are rusting, some of them have holes in them, and it's unsustainable and it's unsightly. Obviously, they're prone to rust on the coast side, and it just makes things difficult. We had an incident with a raccoon come jumping out in between one of them a couple of weeks ago, so we're kind of trying to get away from that as well. But that's just our current situation, and we don't really think that this is a sustainable way to operate a courtyard. That, I believe, is all I have for my part of the presentation. John, is there anything else we need to touch on?
No, I think you covered it, and I will say while I have the floor, great job, Todd. It's the first time he's ever done planning commission anywhere, so thank you. You did a great job. So
yeah, y'all are way scarier than city council for some reason. I don't know why.
We're
No,
not
but
really.
seriously, thank you for having me this evening. I do appreciate it. And I am looking forward to this project. As I said, this is something that's near and dear to my heart and my staff's heart as well, because we start early and sometimes we finish late. And I think this is something that would be very useful for the city and for the Public Works Department as a whole. So thank you again for the opportunity to come. And with that, I will turn it over to Doug Garrison.
Good job, Todd. Good evening, Commissioner Ruddock, Planning Commission. For the record, I'm Doug Garrison, Senior Planner. And I just have a couple of slides here at the end. I'll try and get through pretty quickly, but I want to clarify a couple of things. Some of these already been touched on. This property was clearly identified in the local coastal plan update, designated for this purpose, public facility, corporation yard specifically. That's cited in the staff report as well as the actual text from the LCP. One of the things that this project does require a coastal development permit, just like private developers would have to get through the city. And so we have a pretty extensive process to make sure everything complies with our local coastal policies, our zoning ordinance, that sort of thing. And so some of the key issues that we have to look at are natural resource protection. As John had already mentioned, we have, riparian corridor, we have this abandoned agriculture pond that's turned into wildlife habitat. In a lot of respects, just this project does improve some things, as Todd had shown, by getting our dumpsters and stuff out of as far away from the creek as possible. I think that's a net benefit. But we also look at visual resources. As we know in the staff report, this area along Highway 92 does get special consideration as a visual resource. So that's one of the things we'll be looking at. We also look at neighborhood compatibility. There are residential properties adjacent to this. And the other piece is sort of hazards, emergency preparedness. John mentioned this part of this property is in a 100-year floodplain. There is a reservoir upstream. If there were a dam failure, it would be a pretty substantial flooding. But the other thing I would mention is that this corporation yard, it's an important hub for our emergency preparedness. There are, different agencies store their materials, supplies there, trailers. It's an important piece of how we respond when there is an emergency situation. And it will be nice to have it a little more organized, to have a nice all-weather road. This fits into our policies in a number of ways. Next slide. And I want to talk a little bit about the biological report. And what you can't tell is this is actually the pond. If you look in sort of the upper left-hand corner there, it's a bit unusual. This pond is on the highest point on the property. Normally you would kind of see these things in a low area where water drains down, but this one was built as an agricultural pond, and it's advantageous to have the water gravity feed out of it. It's actually higher elevation than Highway 92. So most people, I think, don't even realize that this pond is there. It's not visible unless you're really up on the hillside or flying over. This is from the unpaved road, the southern one. You can see a little bit of the northern unpaved road. And so that's looking south-facing slope there. You can see kind of typical, you'd have more grasses, that sort of thing. As you get over to the north side, east side, you get more complex vegetation. And let's look at the next slide. So this is when you're right in there, you can see it's pretty lush. It's well-developed pond with marsh with cattails, more substantial trees around the edge. I've been out there late in the summer, not this year, but the last couple of years, and I believe it does have water in it, at least a couple of feet year round for the most part. And so a couple of considerations. I think the biological report that was prepared for this property, it's important to note that this was before we had a project. This was when the city was considering buying the property. And so it was really part of the due diligence process. And I think for people who read that report, it's a little bit scary maybe. And they say right up front in that report that because they didn't have a project to evaluate, it's not exactly a worst case scenario, but they assumed that development could happen anywhere on this property, including in the riparian area up by the wetlands. So there are a lot of potential impacts and mitigation measures that were identified in that BRE that going forward, we've avoided those through the design of the project. And so as we get a little bit further into the environmental review, this is going to be refined. And as Todd mentioned, we've hired a local firm, SWCA. They actually have an office in the Stone Pine Business Park. They're hiring on as a sub-consultant, Dr. Mark Jennings. He has experience with this property over the years. He's a recognized expert with California red-legged frogs. And they will be working together with the city to sort of refine that biological study to tailor it to the conditions with the project. And so don't latch on to every word in that biological report. Some of that's going to get refined as we go forward. Next slide. Here's just another shot. You can see the riparian vegetation. It's sort of right up to that southern road. You can see the dumpster. And again, much of this project with the buffer gets our stuff out of there, and it just gives the riparian area a little bit of room, also protects water quality. Next slide. And so, where we go from here, as I mentioned, we're going through that biological report, we're calling the BRE. We have sent that out to the agencies as we're required to under our ordinance. The 45-day comment period ends next week. The SWCA, the environmental consultant, the biological report was prepared by a different company, HT Harvey. SWCA is overseeing some additional technical studies that look at historical, cultural resources, that sort of thing. All of those documents get used to support the environmental review that we do under the California Environmental Quality Act. It's a comprehensive review for this project. It's not just biological resources. It looks at visual, noise, air quality, transportation, neighborhood compatibility. I think once that document, the CEQA environmental study comes out, there will be a lot of very useful information. And that's when I think we'll really start digging into this and understanding the project a little bit better. Once our CEQA document comes out, there's a mandatory 30-day review period when other agencies, the public can comment on it. Somewhere along the line, we are going to be conducting some community outreach, specifically with the neighbors. And then once we were satisfied with our CEQA document and we've worked out issues with the neighbors, we'll come back for a hearing to consider the project. I think that's the last slide. So that's, I think that's our presentation, unless somebody else on staff remembered something, so we'll turn it back over to the commission at this point.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for that overview. And at this point, we'll ask if commissioners have clarifying questions to ask of staff. Commissioner Gorn?
So just to be clear, this the wildlife corridor idea is unformed at this point, and I don't know if you can explain it to me a little bit more, because it does go over a couple of areas that seem to be pretty important. Can you explain that a little bit more so I understand?
I can take a stab at that. We know that we have to have this protected area between the pond and the creek for dispersal areas for California red-legged frogs, potentially San Francisco garter snakes. They seasonally, they tend to move back and forth. So it's identified, I think we said it was 50 feet on the plans. That may change the width as well as some of the details. How do they get past the road, the drive that goes into our facility? There are a lot of details there to be worked out. And at this point, I don't have a good answer for what those details are. That's why we've hired the best consultants we can get to figure that part out.
That's fine. Thank you.
If I could just add, this basically about 10 years ago, when the city started proceeding with plans for the community park that was once planned there, there was another H.T. Harvey report, which I've somewhere in my office I have, and this has been going ever since that point. It was one of the reasons that the park had some issues with it, because basically, how do you have an active park with this dispersal area going right down the middle of it? And I, from my reading of the history, that was a factor that started to feed into maybe we can't build a community park there, which is probably why Jill and I were sort of adamantly opposed to including this property in the park's master plan. We didn't prevail at that point, but we also didn't have all the information and detailed environmental work that we have now to kind of justify that. But that has been an issue for the last decade. We're finally getting to the point where we can talk to Mr. Jennings, we can work with SWCA, and we can get the best minds on it and try to figure out what is the best and methodology to deal with this. We realized that we could not and should not put the corporation yard there in that area where the dispersal area was or is and was going to be. So anyway, that was a little bit more background that I've been able to dig through in the historical record here in my office.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
Thank you.
So we'll just, that's, I guess, to be continued.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Sweeney, welcome. That was a great presentation. I enjoyed it. I read through the plans without some of the context that was mentioned tonight and before I read the various reports. So I communicated a fairly long list of questions to staff over the weekend. I do not expect them to be answered tonight. It sounds like they got through, and I appreciate that. And I'm very happy that even before those questions were asked, the plan was for the city to consult with the guy who I think has the clearest understanding of the frogs and the snakes in our area, and that's Dr. Jennings. So that's really good news. I'm happy to see it. Doug, there was one thing in your report that I maybe I just didn't hear it clearly. It sounded like there was something that was currently under that was being circulated for review to the agencies, and it was going to be done in about 5 days. But there's a CEQA document that's out for review too. What is it that is currently out for review, please?
This is the H.T. Harvey biological report that was attached to your staff report. When that was prepared, it wasn't really a project biological report, so it was more due diligence. It was internal use by the city to figure out how do you price this property, what is the development potential, and under our ordinance, it's very specific that when you prepare a biological report, you have to circulate it to these outside agencies, the California Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps of Engineers, for 45 days. And so at this point, it's basically to comply with that ordinance requirement that it go out for a 45-day review. I think optimally, since I said it was looking at sort of almost a worst case development scenario, some of the comments we get may not be helpful, but it was really to comply with that ordinance requirement. Once the CEQA document is done under state law, that goes out to the same agencies and some additional ones for 30 days. So that's why they're going out for 2 different review periods.
Okay, so I confess I was baffled. But the upshot from what that tells me is that so right now, of course, they don't actually have a project. So if you're sitting there on the other end of this report at NEPS or Fish and Wildlife, it's a little bit of a head scratcher because you've got this assessment without knowing what the project is, therefore what kind of suggestions you might have. But since we're circulating another document to them later, they are not in any way foreclosed from being able to participate in the review process, whether they're a national regulatory agency or a state agency. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The state law is what counts here. Like I said, circulating the biological report is just, it's just specific to our zoning ordinance, really.
Okay. That's
other jurisdictions don't do it that way usually.
Yeah. Okay.
And if I could, it was at my request that be circulated. There was some resistance to it because of the unique nature of it. And I don't want it to be seen as just to check the box, but frankly, we have a lot of projects that go out there that we don't get comments on. We have ones that do get comments, and it was my ask, because of the time constraints that we have, that we go ahead and put it out there, knowing we were still going to circulate and work through the CEQA process and do a peer review. But let's get it out there and let's see what people say and think, because it is, as Doug said, kind of a worst case scenario play on what you would deal with out there and what you'd see. And at least we could get a conversation about the dispersal area, about the Pillarcitos Creek and some of those things that go with that. So that was my begging that we go ahead and put it out there, just simply so we get as early as possible comments in and see where people are landing on things.
Yeah, I appreciate the precautionary approach that you're taking here. I would say we might get some constructive comments, but the absence of comments is probably not a comment that they don't care.
We know.
Don't have, yeah. So yeah, nothing new to you.
We know that it's it's kind of the omission and commission, but yeah, we don't take it for granted that their lack of comments during the 45-day will preclude them from commenting at a later time. We just hope that they will during the 45-day.
And I think it's great for them to, this is something that they can sort of begin to wade into, so that later, if they want to talk about it, they have this background document that they can begin to think about. So I see value here. I'm not used to 2 circulations, and so it sort of caught my ear. I wanted to, so like I said, I set a pretty detailed set of questions, and I'm looking forward to having a chance to discuss them. I haven't aired them at a level that, I don't think I have enough answers yet, but I was concerned that the list could sound like I've trained weapons on this project, and that's not the case. I actually think that this is an opportunity for, it's a real tour de force opportunity for the city to show how it can handle the new LCP and be a role model for what we expect from members of the public. Because it is a challenge site with hazards, with environmental sensitivities, with visual sensitivities. I think that the opportunities to improve it are significant relative to what it is now. And so while I don't want any of those things to go unmissed, I also don't want it to be misperceived that guns are blazing and people need to run for cover or something like that. So I'm not going to go into much detail on those questions. But those of you who have been around for a while probably know what they are. I will ask a couple of areas that I didn't mention or didn't hear in the presentation. I'm really happy about the solar panels. I'm also appreciate from when the view of the structure from the highway in the artist's rendering really communicated the potential value of the tree buffer that we've been talking about in that area. The tree buffer also has the potential to limit solar gain on your panels. So I see a tension between objectives here that might be well served by trees that don't grow tall, maybe nested back, but I'm sure you're going to be thinking about that stuff. When does Republic Services typically pick up the waste from your facility? What time of day?
Generally in the morning, Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you. The reason I ask that is that I live next to a public service area too. And I can tell you that as a person who has listened for 20 odd years to trucks barreling down that road at, dark 30 in the morning and dropping 20 TUs on the ground when they finished picking up sludge piles, I think there's an opportunity for the city to score a lot of points with their neighbors by conditioning the project so that that kind of heavy truck activity doesn't occur during highly sensitive hours. Consider the possibility of having them come after 9 or at least after 8, and not coming in the middle of the night.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Benjamin, I don't want to interrupt you, but they usually do come about 8 o'clock or so, somewhere around there, and I do think that there is some wiggle room to adjust their timing. Unfortunately, I'm the only person here at dark 30.
Yeah, and like we said, this is not me asking for commitments. I just, you're at the beginning of a process where, we're going to be forming a relationship and creating an impression with our neighbors. And I want to be sure that they understand that the city is anxious to be a great neighbor, because you are. And I know I'm switching into comments rather than clarifying questions. The one about the when the trucks came up technically was a question.
So if I could on that through the chair, just to take a little that further. Trust me, our neighbors are not wilting violets, and we had some issues with Republic coming in earlier than they were supposed to. I think we have got that resolved, but at times we are, like everywhere else, challenged sometimes by temporary or drivers coming in and dealing with it that deal with it. So I think it's a fair question. I think it's a fair comment, and it's something we definitely will look at. But we have adjusted and asked Republic to adjust because of the feedback we've received from our neighbors, and we want to be responsive to them. As
when
always.
you break the code on how they do that, please let me know.
Well, we actually got lucky or unlucky, however you want to look at it. So when we actually had the vehicle stolen out of the yard, Republic had a lock to our gate that was daisy chained on, But when we had the vehicle stolen, we took every lock off of there except for PG&E. So they don't even have a key to the yard anymore. So that prevented them from coming in early in the morning before we got here. So it was
good idea.
a byproduct of it, but it worked.
So
Thank you, everybody.
yeah, no further clarifying questions. I'll back off for comments until later. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to get to public comment and commissioner deliberation quickly, but I know that let's wrap up the clarifying questions as quickly as we can. Vice Chair Polgar.
Thank you, Chair Reddick. And thank you, Todd, for the presentation. I appreciated all the context about your operations. It's very helpful in understanding the reasons for a lot of the design. I had a clarifying question about the design or the location of some of the road. And I don't know if it's possible for you to put up the picture of the design for what's planned. There was basically northeast of where the big tension structure will go. There's kind of this weird, looks like the road kind of juts up to a dead end. And I wasn't sure what that was. And then I was also wondering, it almost looks like there's access that leaves out through the east side and then out towards 92. And so I was wondering, will there actually be access to 92? Will there be two ways to get into the courtyard for your staff, or is it just and you know, if that's the case, like how does that work? Is it an easement or things like that?
I'll take the second part of your question first. So yes, there is access to 92. We don't have plans to access it at this point, it's purely from a safety perspective.
Let me answer, Todd. We have an easement, and we are anticipating that the fire department in their review is going to ask for a secondary point of access because of the length of the access way. So we are hedging and making available through basically an easement that we have adjacent to Spanish Town to accommodate, but that was not designed for a regular in and out service or out and out or in and out, right in, right out. That's solely intended for emergency access at this point.
And that's part of my job that's the first and foremost function of my job is I want to make sure that all of my staff go home safely to their families every night, and making multiple turns across Highway 92. I just think it is about the most unsafe thing we could possibly do. That's without signalizing that, and that's probably cost prohibitive at this point. And to answer the first part of your question, what area, Vice Chair Polgar, are you referring to?
Well, it's interesting. On the design you're showing, it's not there. There's like a second little, on our designs at least, or at least the one in the packet, there was like this other little arm that came up right just to parallel to the axis that we were just talking about, but a little bit to the west. I don't see it on this, so maybe it's just something that wasn't supposed to be there. It looks like it's in the current kind of what's out there already. There must be some sort of little like turnaround or something. I don't know. I just was wondering why that was included, what it was for, because it looked like it was just going to be paved. So
yeah, so if you see the farmhouse on the plan that's shown right now, we don't have any plans to pave anything north of that at this point.
Okay, that answers the question. I don't have any other oh, actually, I do have one other clarifying question. Has to do with the, I see the riparian setback, and I saw that, so my understanding is that what's shown in the dotted line as the riparian setback, so that's the 50-foot riparian setback. And then because the vegetation basically comes to that kind of edge of the old road there's another kind of 50-foot essentially. I mean, I see that there's kind of an easement that's beyond the 50-foot. So basically that's what I'm read in the plan and report. I just wanted to clarify is what's planned for this design is to achieve the new LCP minimum setback for the requirement, which is different than the old one, if I recall.
Yeah.
And so that would that will basically be achieved. And also, like, it looks like there's stuff in the riparian corridor now that will be a riparian setback that'll be removed. So that's all in the plan. Is that correct?
Mr. Garrison has his hand up.
I can address that. Part of this is when the architect was putting these plans together, they were relying on the biological report prepared by H.T. Harvey, which was before the new LCP was approved and certified. And so the rules when they were, H.T. Harvey was working, it was a 50-foot buffer from the edge of riparian vegetation. As you rightfully note, under the new LCP, it's a little bit broader now. It's either 50 feet from the edge of riparian vegetation or 100 feet from the top of bank of the creek, whichever is greater. And so I think this 50-foot riparian is something that we're going to have to sort out. The bigger dashed line is the trail easement that was a sale requirement with post. And so everything that's new is going to be outside of that trail easement. And I've done some spot checking, measuring the distances from that down to what looks like, the scale of planning, probably the top of bank. And it's over 100 feet to the edge of the easement everywhere, except for potentially when we get to the very eastern end. And so we're going to have to, I think, massage that a little bit as we take a deeper dive in this and figure out which is the actual setback. The reality is nothing's going into that trail easement. So it's, as long as, whether it's 50 feet or 100 feet, as long as it's inside that easement, it's all the same. It's kind of the short answer.
So just to expand upon that a little further, and I'm not going to get too much into the weeds on this. We did some unscientific looking and measuring today at the end of our shift. Any of the new, if we do need to go to a 100-foot buffer, any of the new structure that we're proposing would be well outside of that. The only thing that we would conceivably lose would be our picnic area, which is rather disappointing, but we will survive if we have to sacrifice that for a 100-foot buffer. We're okay with that.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Hernandez, do you have a clarifying question?
I do. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Sorry for being on both video and separate audio. Can you just clarify the size of the structure that you're building? I think I heard something like 135 feet by 50 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner Hernandez. 6750 is what the architect's showing it as, 6750 square feet.
And in your work, you're satisfied that that is sufficient for your needs now and into, the next 10 to 20 years, which I think is your planning horizon. You think that's a sufficient structure for the city's needs?
That is an interesting question. I think we've discussed this internally amongst myself and my staff. With current staffing levels and even with the potential of adding 2 more staff, I think that structure would be sufficient for us to meet our storage needs, because we would have the 3 large storage bins in the center drive aisle for our raw materials. So we would, and with the 2 specialized rooms that we would build in there for chemicals and paint and fuel and such, I think we would have more than enough room inside that building to get everything that we currently have.
So your planning horizon is more like a 5 to 10 year versus a 10 to 20 year plan.
Well,
I'll jump in here. I really think we're looking at a 10 to 20 year horizon. The city is not getting bigger. The obligations are remaining fairly steady. I can't say what's going to happen, but I'm not envisioning a significant increase in staffing over the next 10, 15, 20 years. Under that scenario, we have built this, we have designed this adequately to handle those needs and those issues with that. And frankly, we are looking at a 35, 40 year design structure here. Our belief and our hope is this will be sufficient for the duration of that time, but things change. Circumstances obviously change, and the thing that's nice about the sprung structure itself is technically you can just add component pieces to that in 10 or 10-foot increments, I believe, or the panels.
15 foot, yeah.
15-foot increments. So in the event with the setbacks and looking at it, that we could theoretically add to that structure if there was a dire need to do so. And remember, we are also looking to maintain the ranch house, our offices there, administrative offices as well, for some storage and some use. So that also will provide us some opportunities for expansion in the future if necessary. There are some things we'll have to do to that site for ADA compliance, but beyond that, those are certainly capable of handling those things in the future as well.
Thank you. What's the height of the structure again?
24 feet.
And there's a little tiny louver vent on top, but I'm thinking that's probably only about a foot. So I think it's 25-foot maximum. So the top of the structure itself is 24 feet though.
To the ridge line,
Great,
it's 24 feet.
Okay. Who would benefit from the solar farm? Is this just a city use, or is this something that could be used more broadly?
I mean, we have not really done a deep dive in this. We have looked at sort of two theoretical scenarios. One, a land lease, and finding someone just to lease the land and basically put it back into, obviously back into the grid. The other piece of that would be a shared project in which we would benefit perhaps from a portion or a percentage of what was generated out. Our intention overall, regardless of scenarios, to have this be a net benefit of additional renewable energy back into the grid. We are also looking, I think we were talking about this, we will also have solar within the yard site as well to basically keep that site fully zero net energy from that perspective. So we would not look at the solar farm as being necessary to net zero our yard.
Okay. And are you contemplating using this as something to fund, to potentially, are you doing like power walls? Are you looking to have batteries? Are you looking to do things like maybe power the EEOC in the event of a catastrophic event? Are you looking at things like that?
Well, one is we haven't really got that far, so I'll be very frank with you. I don't know that we can power it back. I mean, certainly within the yard, I think we're going to have to look at addressing the issue, whether backup battery storage is. It seems like a logical thing for us to start to look at. Obviously, we have a generator now but this would be a larger load. So we'll certainly start to look at, as we evolve into the construction drawings, what all of that looks like. It's also a cost factor, and it's also a timing. So some of this may come at a little later time with it.
Okay. Very good. Is there a material change in the intent? So just the corporate yard, not the community garden or other amenities that you're considering. Is there a material change in the intensity or type of use with respect to the corporate yard with what you're proposing in front of us today? Or what we're discussing today?
No, we're looking at basically doing status quo of what we do today and what we anticipate for the next 10, 20 years to do, just in a better circumstances to protect our equipment, to protect storage of materials, and to meet fire code requirements for having paint and other hazardous materials stored. Those types of things is what we're trying to get really addressing here with this change. So no material change to or expansion of use.
And are you amenable, open to, or thinking about the idea of potentially tying this into like a Tesla supercharging station, or somehow using this to feed Carter Park, or tying that into that project? Because I mean, they're so close to each other. It just seems like there might be some logic to making these two things work together.
Well, I mean, we can certainly look at those issues. Again, this is we're venturing into areas that I'm not really familiar enough to even have an opinion or idea about it. I think certainly one of the issues is that the solar farm itself could certainly offset any energy usage within the Carter Park site, as well as within the entirety of our corporate incorporated city facilities. So we're going to be coming back at some point. We've been there before talking about the climate action and adaptation plan. This is certainly a strategy for dealing with the municipal, with our municipal inventory of greenhouse gas and our obligations for reductions. So these are all things that we're starting to evolve and look at. And I think it's more of an equation issue of what being able to offset your your other sites and dealing with that, whether you can generate them on that site or not. So, but we'll certainly interested in that. And charging stations, we definitely are looking at having some charging stations. We anticipate electrification of our fleet down the road. So we are definitely looking at EV charging within the site too.
Okay, and I have one last question because I know we want to get the public comment. Where will the public park for the community garden? And do you well, actually I have two questions. So that's the first one.
There is the site plan, if you've got it in your packet, there is a small parking lot down there that was intended at least to conceptualize basically a parking that could be used for both the community garden and or as a trailhead location for a future trail. So there is a small parking area that could be larger, could be removed, could be smaller. It could be any number of configurations. This was just conceptually to say there is the possibility of this, and this is kind of where we think this would make the most sense, perhaps, with it. And we can look at it from an environmental perspective.
And so finally, the last question I have, a clarifying question is, where do you envision the trail that would go through this property going, or is it too early to really stake that out?
It is far too early. The reason why we have such a huge easement there was for the very reason that your question is that is that none of us had a clue where that trail should go, how close it should be to the creek, how far away it should be, how restoration plans might proceed. So we left it in a very large easement area so we can put that, whatever it is, 8-10 foot I envision easement for ultimately a trail, and we have plenty of room to make it. And it could meander, and it could be in different spots and different locations and different distance away from the creek bank itself along this area. Obviously, that's also an important issue of how that aligns with what is connected to the east and to the west. So that will also, assuming that trail and extension is occurring, that's also a piece that we would look at as how that would connect. And this gives us great.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Sorry. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for those questions and answers. At this point, I'm going to open the public hearing and invite members of the public who are in attendance to speak about this project.
Okay, we have two people so far raising their hands. The first one is H. Atmore.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. It's Hope Atmore. I'm with Senior Co-Siders. Thank you, commissioners and city staff, for giving me a chance to just speak. We are one of the organizations that has a storage container there on the property. I just want to acknowledge, the senior co-signers, we want to acknowledge our appreciation to the city for providing a space for our storage container at the city courtyard for many, many years. And having a secure location to store items that support our home repair program, programs at our center, our annual pumpkin run is incredibly valuable and important to our organization. Senior co-signers as an organization takes no position on the proposed upgrade plans at the city courtyard. However, we hope the city will consider supporting us and other vital nonprofits who rely on additional offsite storage by providing a suitable space for our storage containers. We're all pretty aware of how expensive it is to have storage space or have additional property here on the coast. And nonprofits really, really do rely on that. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments.
Okay, next we have Mike Ferreira.
Welcome, former Mayor Ferreira.
Thank you, Chair Ruddick. I actually was on the council during the first purchase, and so perhaps have inconvenient knowledge, and that's that there were no frogs in that pond when we bought it, and afterwards we did a test, and lo, there were frogs. That is an interesting pond. The property had considerable rights, pumping rights and wells that they would pump the water up the hill and then, of course, take advantage of gravity coming back down. And we thought that was a key asset. It doesn't appear that that asset will be retained. And so I would like to offer that there was a proposal from H.T. Harvey about 15 years ago to actually move the pond down closer to the creek. And that this had the support of some agencies, because then you would eliminate the need to create all of that migration area. I really do think that's worth considering. And it would probably lead to less loss of species in the migration corridor to cars and whatnot. I've also, over the years, had a habit of talking to people on the council currently and prior. And as I look at the project, it doesn't quite seem to match what I thought I was hearing from council members who obviously purchased the property with an intention to do something with it. And it seems to be a little short of what I was hearing from them. And so I'm sort of curious, has the council changed its mind, or has there been a council guidance of any sort as to what they were expecting from the property they bought? I would appreciate if that's been done, or perhaps if I could be told, or the public could be told, that there are plans for such a guidance in the near future, sort of a check as to, is this what we wanted? I also am a little curious as to the house, if that's going to stay there, the residence. And I also know that another asset that was there was rather large water connections to CCWD. At any rate, that's all that I can get in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions and views.
I'm not seeing anyone else raising their hand this time.
Do any other members of the public in attendance wish to comment on this project?
Not seeing any.
Well, in the absence of that, I will close the public hearing on this project and invite planning commissioners to orate on their views on this project and give points of view that will help staff move forward with this. Commissioner Gorn, please.
Well, I haven't heard about moving the pond. And moving the pond would certainly make things a lot easier in terms of that, how things move there. Like, every question I had was about that wildlife corridor and about the road that goes over it, and how do you, like, it just doesn't look easy. Let's just say that. So moving the pond, you know, I'm sure has its, it can be problematic, but I'm wondering if you guys have looked into that and if there's a reason to not do that. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Benjamin, please.
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, that's an interesting prospect, relocating a wetland. It probably needs to be seen in the context of the Bolsa Chica decision. And I have no idea where that comes out. I mean, there are many aspects of that decision that have ramifications in the coastal zone. One of them is that it's hard to move to diminish even a degraded wetland and create it in another location. But maybe these being on the same site, or if in fact the movement results in a net enhancement of the habitat. That is, the project is about habitat enhancement rather than, well, let's just squelch this because it's inconvenient and make something nice in this other spot, even though this thing over here wasn't as nice. If the focus of the project, if the specific element of the project is about that kind of enhancement, then maybe there's less of a concern. That there's a legal aspect of that that's way over my pay grade, and I'm sure it will come up under dialogue. I appreciated Commissioner Hernandez's comments about not just additional infrastructure, but the question of, is the target of this to have a more resilient city? And the greenhouse, the resilience, they're all intimately related with dealing with our climate change. And I think that it's going to be important for us to get a grasp of that. I think it's important to observe that the plans that we saw had the 10-year flood zones. I think that was the right term, yes. Our plans call for understanding that we're building, what the constraints are within building within larger, I believe it's 100-year flood zones. That doesn't mean that we can't do work there, but it means we have to think hard about how those structures will behave in the event of a flood. And in a place like this, where they're going downhill towards, the bridge at Main Street or whatever, we want to be sure that we understand, that what we're proposing is not going to create a hazard downstream. And this is not me saying it will. I don't know. But it's important for us to be conscious of that with respect to the 100-year zone, if I read the LCP on that point correctly. I think there's a lot to really like about this project, as I sort of hinted in my question section. In particular, the ability to house aggregate toxic chemicals and things like that in a way that we reduce and really should eliminate the possibility of drainage into our sensitive resources in that area is really a huge win. And I think everybody can get behind that. So bravo for thinking about that as part of the plan going forward. I noticed in the plan that there were some gas lines, and if we're moving away, they're probably the existing gas lines, and I didn't see anything about removing them. But if we're moving towards a brave new world of electrification, maybe we should be thinking about that. Not the big lines that run parallel to 92, but the capillaries that would service development on the site. And maybe they weren't there, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time I misread a map. But that was very intriguing to me. I am really interested in hearing what Dr. Jennings has to say about the habitats for the frogs and the snakes. I'm also interested in the coho salmon, steelhead habitat in the creek. I understand that we're not proposing development in that area. And if we can reduce runoff or pollutants in that area, that certainly is going to be a benefit for those creatures. If there's an opportunity to improve the habitat in that area, I also think that's a big win. Keith Mangold has identified steelhead in Palacios Creek. So even though there's not nesting habitat on the parcel, it is definitely an area through which they have traveled. And so there's an opportunity potentially as part of development to improve the quality of that space for them. The frogs are extremely sensitive to really low levels of pesticides, organophosphates, fertilizing, and noticing the proximity of the garden area to the frog habitat gave me a little bit of a sense that we need to get clarity on that. And that's a good example of the reason that I think it's going to be very difficult for the agencies to comment constructively at this stage. If the use isn't abundantly clear, it's going to be hard for them to say, well, let's make sure that we aren't moving those chemicals that cause changes even in very low concentrations in the well-being of those creatures. Anyway, I think that there are a lot of other questions that will become clearer as we get a better understanding of our constraints. And while I'm happy to speak with any members of staff who want to, and if there are any particular questions that my colleagues on the commission would like me to discuss, rather than having a private meeting and just get browned out, I'd much rather talk about it today and raise those questions in a public forum so that it's more comfortable. But I want to give staff a chance to operate with the information so that they can do a bang-up job and deliver an amazing project that will address safety concerns, habitat concerns, meet their functional needs, and contribute to the resilience of our community in many ways, some of which Commissioner Hernandez mentioned, and maybe one or two, like maybe a siren for dam inundation or fire that isn't in the plan currently. I'm talking about a physical structure that would, give out a siren or something. So I think there's a lot of room for interesting opportunities here. And I just want to give staff a chance to chew on the ideas rather than sit here with my arms crossed waiting for answers. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, and well said. Other Commissioner Hernandez, please.
So first of all, I want to thank Todd and Doug for the presentation. And Todd, thank you. So I haven't had a chance to meet you in this professional space, but I've seen the professionalism that you've brought to the city. And I know that you've got a tough mission, but I think you're doing an amazing job with your team. So thank you for the work that you do every day. I want to echo the point that you made earlier, which is we definitely want to make things safe, secure, and pleasant for city staff who work and serve the community. So it's definitely a goal for us in this project. If I can take this to the big picture, when people ask me where I live, I tell them I live in a farm town by the beach next to the Silicon Valley. And I had the pleasure, I'm at a work event this evening. I met a client and I said that to him. And he's like, "You live in Half Moon Bay?" And I said, I do, in fact. And I think this project is a huge opportunity. I think there's a lot of things to like about what you're doing here. I think the plan that we see in front of us is a very pragmatic plan that's taking advantage of the conditions on the ground as you see them. But I do think that, as former Mayor Mike Farrar suggested, there may be some opportunities to be a little more creative with the space, especially given that this is the primary gateway to the city and the things that people are going to see as they roll into town. Right now, I see kind of a dusty yard and a big wood pile by Spanish Town when I roll into town. I would love to see something that looks like, that has an aesthetic that says technology, farm town, beach. We're thinking about the environment. So I think we're close, but I think we can be a little more imaginative in how we use the space. And I'm super supportive of moving the pond to accomplish that larger goal and maybe be a little more creative in how we use the space. I think Hope Atmore's comments about senior coastsiders and nonprofits more generally needing offsite storage and how the city helps the community in that respect, I think that's something we should think about. And I want to go back to, again, big picture. Let's make sure we're making the best use of this space. Maybe we should add a little extra storage so that we can support other nonprofits. I think COVID has taught us that people have really come to Half Moon Bay and they're flocking to our town as a refuge, especially with the fires we have going on right now. It's one of the only cool, safe, breathable places for many people. So I think we need to maybe be a little more aggressive in setting aside storage space, maybe making this a little more long-term planning for extra capacity here, as opposed to being pragmatic, which pragmatic's good, it gets things done, but I think we need to take a little bit more of a longer-term approach to this. I'm, very supportive of the trail project, doing trails along Pillar Cedars Creek. I've mentioned that many, many times. When I look at this space, the broader space, it's roughly the size of the kind of walking track you'd see at Cunha or a big football track or something like that. So consider putting in a walking circuit or something like that so the people who live nearby or people who are visiting maybe Carter Park or other parts of the city have a nice place to just walk around. So maybe make it a little circular so that folks can easily get around. I know there's design constraints. You want to make sure that the yard is secure. You don't want to have people getting access to stuff, but consider, it's nice to have places where we can enjoy the lovely environment that we have. I would also think about infrastructure as we think about Carter Park, both electric and parking, overflow parking. You might consider thinking about maybe the solar panels that we have here could power Carter Park. It's not that far away, but it might be something worth considering. And I'd go big on solar. I really would. I'd think, how can you do this in a big way and maybe solicit bids from people to give you feedback on things? Because there's a lot of innovative stuff happening right now, and there's a huge opportunity there to really have a big impact from solar. And if you got solar panels, you have a structure that maybe could look a little more farmy, maybe put some wood posts or wood fencing or split rail fencing around there to make it look like a little bit more like a farm community. And this, again, it says Silicon Valley, by the beach, farm town. You tick all three of those things from a design perspective. So, and I would also encourage, look, again, you've got storage space laid out there. Maybe you can have more composting space that can be used for the garden. So just, again, be a little more creative. And I, again, want to say, think about moving that pond. I think that's actually a really good idea. And there's a huge opportunity there. Obviously, there are a lot of bigger issues, as Jimmy laid out, that we need to consider. But also want to echo the comments that my fellow commissioners made earlier. There's no major or even, I think, minor disagreement with anything they've said so far, from my perspective.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Vice Chair Polgar.
Thank you, Chair Reddick. So I am also would like to echo a lot of what Commissioner Hernandez was just saying about the project overall, and I am very pleased to see this kind of moving forward in terms of operationally for the city. I think it's very important, and I like the thought that's gone into the design of the facilities. I think it's excellent. A couple things that I wanted to touch upon. So I think I like the concept of the solar. I think though that one thing that I would want to see is some analysis. I realize that this is very early. It's nothing, hasn't been necessarily examined and evaluated, but looking at what that would look like from Highway 92 in terms of, because that, again, as Commissioner Hernandez was talking about, this is like something you see as you're coming into town. And so just wouldn't, to me, I really, really want to see the solar go in, but I want to think about how to avoid making it look basically unattractive as you come into town and look at that property. So that's just something to be considered in the design of that, in the siting. Another thing that I think would be important, in my opinion, in terms of thinking about phasing the project, is the community aspect, the community garden. I realize the trail is not necessarily, that's something that's not within that the city is spearheading. But I think that the community garden is, and I would like to see that be an earlier, go in earlier than be the last thing. I think that particularly there's a lot of emotions, it seems like, around this property. And so getting the community engagement with that sooner rather than later would be very valuable. I have at first, when I heard Mike's comments about moving the pond, I was like, wow, yeah, that's a great idea. And I would very, very much like to see that included in the analysis or in the evaluation of kind of what project alternatives for this. But I will say, I think that the devil's in the details, because the reality is that you can't just take away that pond at the same time as you put in a new pond. And many, there's the kind of regulatory reasons that Commissioner Benjamin was referencing, but also just the reality that the frogs have to have a place to be. And so if you take away and they're not, we can't just tell them what to do. So yeah, I think that might be and it'd be very, very expensive to do that. It's not trivial to rebuild a new perch pond of that size, with all of the features and everything. And so that's a huge, huge, expensive undertaking. And it's not something that I think the city would be able to find funding to help subsidize the cost, grant funding for, because it isn't, there's just not in my line of work, I work on this type of stuff, and there's not a lot of funding to move something like this for the reasons. So all that said, I'm not sure that moving the pond is feasible and necessarily the best thing for the wildlife. So that leaves that wildlife corridor. And I mean, I'm again very interested to see what I think it was Jennings. I'm not familiar with him, but it sounds like he knows a lot about that. I'm assuming that the wildlife corridor makes sense where it's drawn on the map, because I'm guessing that the frogs go to the shortest distance to the water, to the creek. And so that's probably where they're going to go. I don't know whether it matters whether it's a paved road or not, but I definitely agree that it's very important to have that be a paved road rather than just the dirt road with the dust issues, et cetera. There's a few things I think might need to be, the wildlife corridor is probably a big issue, but I'm not sure that moving the pond solves the problems. I also might point out that maybe it's worthwhile thinking about looking at what the possibilities are of having the community garden in other locations as well. Maybe I realize that part of the point might have been to have it near the trail, like that was the thinking. Maybe that's not so necessary. I don't know. So just maybe being open, and perhaps part of the other reason is that there was a desire to have a gate across the road earlier on. But again, maybe that's not necessary since the whole courtyard will be fenced. So just maybe being a little open to different moving things, seeing what happens when things are moved around. That may also make it easier to have a wildlife corridor kind of where it has to go in this case. And also actually moving, like if there's an opportunity to move the community garden closer to 92, I don't know if that's another way to have a buffer in terms of views. Like if you have, you want to have more of an ag, like highlight the, agricultural aspects of our community as you're coming to town, and you could do something with the community garden highlighted there. I don't know. So I was just throwing that out there. Love the idea of thinking about how to incorporate a compost area out here, but not sure whether that would fit. I heard that mentioned, so I thought that was interesting. Those are my thoughts. The only other thing I would say is that I really liked, or I really appreciated the comment from Hope Atmore about the storage out here, and I think Commissioner Hernandez chimed in on this. But I see that is a real community benefit. So, and I appreciate that the city is doing that now, and strongly encourage or would like to see that included in the whatever design moves forward. Is that maintaining that storage for the for senior co-siders and other nonprofits. I think that's a great service, and I love that. So, those are all my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Polgar. I have a few comments I'll lob in there. I like my colleagues, there's a lot to like here. I see a lot of positive aspects to this project. The one thing I would ask staff to be very rigorous on is the concept of this facility where we will store expensive equipment and fuel and other hazardous materials in a place which is potentially subject to flooding due to dam failure upstream is concerning to me. And I would want to really understand the vision for how we make that work. I may have misheard Mr. Dowdy, but my impression was that the plan would center on evacuation of all that stuff in 60 to 75 minutes. But if that's true, then I'd really like to know how that plan will work. And if there are other aspects to the siting of the particular equipment and hazardous materials, that would be important for us to understand as you develop these plans. Secondly, when the LCP and the bike and ped master plan was being developed in the last couple to 3 years, there was this exciting vision of potentially a east to west trail along Pilarcitos Creek, perhaps ideally from this property all the way to the beach. But a lot would have to happen between now and then for that to be a reality. So when you go to scope the parking necessary for the public parking necessary here, it would be good to keep in mind a range of outcomes of, whether that trail comes to exist anytime soon or not. I was also excited by the out-of-the-box idea of moving the pond. I tend to, to my judgment is that Vice Chair Polgar knows a lot more about this than I do, and she's no doubt right that there are some big obstacles to that. But I would urge staff to evaluate that idea. Excuse me. And I like very much the practicality and the symbolism of the solar farm here. Given that the tree buffer will be north of the solar array. I think that the trees could be tall and make the solar farm not highly visible and unsightly without disrupting much of the solar radiation they'll receive. And as a failed small-scale tomato farmer, I know that going east is better. So maybe it's not a bad location to be pretty much east in Half Moon Bay for the community garden. One last thing, Todd mentioned the reality of the dumpsters and such in the riparian buffer today, which I didn't know, and that's a shame. Does it have to be that way, or is there, even in the short term, an opportunity to relieve that presence in the buffer even before this project is finalized? And I'll go back to Commissioner Gorn now for further comments.
Well, that's really astute. I think that really stood out when they were making the presentation also, is that why is that there now? And so I think when you look at that, the map, you look at the footprint, I think any 10-year-old can see that there's very little room to develop there because of the riparian corridor and because of the wildlife corridor. It's not, it's kind of not even really a wildlife corridor. It's really a road corridor over the wildlife area. And so I know you guys have looked at it really hard, because it's very obvious that if you could have access from 92, it would make life a lot easier. Or if you could move that pond down, it would make life a lot easier, just in terms of how everything would work. So obviously, you guys, to me, it seems so obvious that I'm sure you guys have looked into all of that stuff a lot already. And so I'll leave you to it, because the courtyard is really important. And everybody here wants that courtyard built for so many years. I would say just one thing about the moving of the pond, which is that Bolsa Chica is really about, it's complicated, but it's about mitigating wetlands. And, you can't just move wetlands because, but it's also, you can't, let's see how to put it. You can't try and make something somewhere else that, replaces what's there. But this isn't really a mitigation measure. This is really trying to make that a better habitat for red-legged frogs and for snakes and for everything that's there now. So I know it would be hard, but I don't think, legally, I'm sure there's a lot of complications, but I actually don't think Bolsa Chica would necessarily get in the way of that. That's my understanding of Bolsa Chica. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Gorn. Commissioner Benjamin? You're muted, Jimmy.
Sorry, the dog was barking. You didn't want to hear that. Interesting, thoughtful comments from all of my colleagues. It's always a pleasure to work with you on fun, important projects like this. I agree with just picking the thing that was freshest, which is what Commissioner Gorn was just talking about. The city is free to, I think, create an enhancement project that creates better quality habitat close to the creek. If the city has another project that snuffs out habitat, this won't fix that in the Bolsa Chica world, in my grasp of the situation. So to the extent that this project that work down low would be perceived as a mitigation, where did you go? I can imagine that it would be challenging, but again, Winter's here, Shute is here, and perhaps Dr. Jennings, who I can assure Commissioner Polgar is one of the great wizards of California red-legged frogs and San Francisco garter snakes. If you haven't met him, you will like him. You will respect him. And we will get excellent ecological and legal advice to help us find our way on this. We also, I think, there's no law against asking the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Department of Fish and Game, and the Coastal Commission. So, if the public is interested in moving in that direction, I think it's appealing. I think that there are some ways that, and again, it's premature in some ways for us to talk about a lot of the details that we're all kind of fantasizing about in our comments. But if we thought that we had to leave the thing there and that it was prohibitively expensive to build another one down lower, and I'm not drawing any conclusions, just spitballing here. One way that we could avoid having a take of through impoverishing habitat and seeing frogs killed on the road or by bicycles on a future trail or whatever, is to enhance the quality of that habitat so that it is more productive, that we're getting great egg masses and more frogs are moving through the area. Speaking parenthetically to Sarah, to your question about or maybe it was Rick, about the frogs knowing which way to go. Actually, they don't. They disperse omnidirectionally. So some of them will get squashed on Highway 92. Some of them will, run into the walls at the condo complex. But some of them will make it. And if there's something that we can do to increase the intensity of the frogs that are moving in the right direction, maybe there's some way that we can manage the net impact. That pumping system might actually have value in a role to create a higher quality habitat at the site that reduces the net take. Now, I'm sure the Fish and Wildlife Service would rather play offense and say, no, we really like your idea about creating something lower. And maybe those are, legitimate ideas that should be pursued, not here to say. But I think it is important to be out of the box and are thinking about this. With respect to the amount of, I once spoke to a fish and wildlife biologist about the compatibility of solar farms with habitat. It was Sheila Larson, and she was not too encouraging about that. Maybe things are getting better, and so it certainly makes sense to have a look at it. But if we act, the way we've drawn it, the tentative easement, the tentative wildlife corridor overlaps with the tentative solar farm, as well as the tentative garden. So, and because of the compounds that are used in some gardens, maybe this should be an organic one. It's a great opportunity to see nature, since frogs are voracious predators of pest insects. Maybe there's an opportunity for cooperation and education in a project like this, if we can keep the gardening aspect of the project safe for the animals that we're trying to protect, and people aren't too afraid of San Francisco garter snakes. In the solar area, we might be able to get more solar gain with less physical acreage if we had our solar panels set up in a way that they could follow the sun. There are systems that do that, and it would make an interesting demo. I imagine they're more expensive, but I don't know how much more. But the technology is getting cheaper, right? Moore's law works here too. So those were some, and I appreciated, Chair Ruddick, your comments about flooding. That was one of the topics that I wrote to the city about in my inquiry. And if the heavy equipment, the things that we need, the backhoes and things like that, can, if there's a way that they can safely come out promptly, I think that makes sense. And I hope that that will, this plan needs to be consistent with our safety element as well. I will say that that while the dam inundation map is pretty good technology, I have pointed out on a variety of occasions, and this is not the city's fault, that the flood rate insurance map is ridiculous. It shows the water coming down Pilarcitos Creek just as it reaches the confluence with Arroyo León, that the flood stops on Pilarcitos Creek and it magically turns uphill and goes on Arroyo León. If you haven't seen that map, it is a thing of creative beauty and geological absurdity. So I hope that whenever we get to the point that we are doing flood analysis, we actually have a reasonable analysis. By the way, if we had a dam inundation, it is quite possible that the water could run uphill into Arroyo León. So it is not that circumstance that I'm talking about. But I think the last time I checked, flood waters from rain are probably going to be going downhill.
Yes, I think you hit the nail on the head on that one. Vice Chair Polgar.
Thank you, Chair Reddick. So I just wanted to follow up. So a couple things. One is I wanted to just clarify that the dam inundation, the likelihood, it's really from like release, an actual intentional releases upstream, right? Because when you have really high, well, no, I mean there's dam like a catastrophic event where you have dam, but the major issues where they've had issues along Pilarcitos of sudden high water have been releases at the I don't know, remember all the reservoir up there and all, but it's been, yeah, they've been actual like intentional releases. And so I assume that the agencies would be communicating to us city about what there might be pending, or apparently not. Okay, so I just wanted, that was just something that was of interest to me, and I was trying to understand that. Anyways, the only other thing, part of what I wanted to point out about the pond is we talk about moving it, but my point had been that the recommendation may be that you build an additional pond. You don't actually get to just move it. And then maybe over time you decommission the other pond, but you can't just do things. So what you're looking at is something that would likely be very phased over multiple years and such. And so I just want to, that's why I think it's very important. I think it's really important, a great question to be assessed and evaluated as an option. But my point is that I think it sounds like, oh, just move the pond. And it's not an I dream of Jeannie moment. So that was my thought on that. That's
Good
all I had to
points.
say.
Yes, good points. Commissioner Hernandez.
So I just want to echo Commissioner Polgar's comments that we're not talking about moving an aquarium here. We are moving a pond. I don't take that lightly. And Dr. Jennings is an expert. Would love to have him weigh in and give us feedback on options. And the phasing concept totally makes sense. The reason I raised my hand was I just wanted to go back to the point about access to Highway 92. I have been informed that, adding additional access to Highway 92 is a little bit of a lightning rod issue for some folks. And it may be perceived that this is a Trojan horse, if you will, to get some other thing done later. I mean, to be clear, I'm 100% supportive of making sure we have safe access to get employees, staff, and visitors out of the area in the event of an emergency. There's no question of that. I just want to make sure that we're constrained scope of what we're doing so that this can't somehow be repurposed into another access point to get into or out of, the Carter Park or other parts of the neighborhood. I just want to call that out, as that seems like it would be a big scope creep from a major area of concern, especially for the residents of the condo complex who live right there. I've heard folks who've lived there express concerns about those types of issues in the past. So just want to make sure we're not going to create an opportunity to do something that folks would be up in arms with pitchforks and torches if we said we were actually doing it out loud. So just wanted to put that into my feedback. again, supportive of all the comments that have been made here today. It's been a really thoughtful dialogue, and I'm always humbled by the thoughtfulness and professionalism and insights that my colleagues bring to the table. So thank you.
Yes, this also feels to me like it's been very thoughtful and very in-depth, but I guess it's appropriate to ask our staff team if this level of study session has been useful. Is there anything you were hoping to get out of it that we haven't addressed?
We certainly appreciate the depth and breadth of your experience and knowledge and input to this. I assume Jill will sort of take the questions off and work on some of those rather than try to go point by point tonight. I know you have another item on your agenda, and I'm sure you would like to eventually get to that. I do want, if I could, just to say a couple of things in response. One is that I'm playing developer tonight, and basically I'm telling you that everything you asked for costs money. And unfortunately, in this one, it's not the pockets of a private party that you're digging into. You're digging in to the pockets of this community. So we have to find a balance. We've tried to find a balance. This project, based on phase 1A and 1B, is getting close to about a $5 million construction project. Just with where we are and what we're dealing with with sprung structure, the site improvements, the water lines, utilities, all of those things. So just keep in mind, as we look at those things, it's all about money. That the additional monies we spend on that means we don't put them to parks, we don't put them to Poplar Beach, we don't put them to other things. So we, this is an issue. We're back of kind of the office operation there. We don't need fancy and pretty. What we need is functional. I also just didn't want to leave it with the idea that we have hundreds of gallons of bad things sitting in our yard. We have very little. We're not allowed by law to have a great deal of materials. We have not been actually even applying much in the way of pesticides, herbicides, or anything in any event. And we keep very little fuel. We don't have a fueling station on our site. We use the commercial fueling stations. So from that perspective, from the hazard side, I just don't want anybody being left with the idea that we have just hundreds of gallons waiting to be washed away. I would suggest this: if there is a major dam failure and we have the waters rolling through there, you're going to be coming through all of the Cozalinos, all of those properties there, who probably have more materials and more hazardous materials than we do at our yard, and follow that with every car, every lawnmower, everything that might be in the path down the way. So I just keep in mind, again, this is on a very unlikely, very unusual, very unlikely scenario of utter dam failure. We've looked at this. It's in the hazard mitigation plan that just came out to the council and is being moved forward. So it is an extremely unlikely scenario, but it's something we want to keep in mind with that. So, we're going to do our best. What I can say, one last thing with regard to the pond, we, I think, philosophically are not opposed to that idea. We actually, I think Jill was the first one to suggest in our offices, could we move the pond several years ago? And first and foremost is a permitting challenge, incredible permitting challenge, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars for us to go through the permitting process, let alone the construction side. And none of us are averse to the idea of doing the right thing. But what I can tell you is that I have commitments with the bank to do certain improvements and everything before next August. I have to spend that money or I am in trouble with them. The other piece of this is that we will never be anywhere near close to moving that pond or getting any kind of agency authorizations or thoughts even on it in the process of trying to get to phase 1A and even 1B. So I have to ask in the future that we look at basically unlinking those two together. One of the reasons why number 3 was number 3 in the phasing was not because it necessarily had to be the last thing that was done, but frankly, we had this issue with the dispersal area with this additional conversation about the pond. And so that leaves us with the ability to come back and continue to have that conversation and see if that does make sense. But I have to ask as we move forward that has to be uncoupled from Public Works yard and Corp Yard. And again, I'll just say one last thing. We have been talking to the nonprofits. We understand their needs. We're working on finding a solution with that. But we also are very concerned about access, about safety, security, and everything to our facility. And too many people have had access to it over the years, and it's created some problems and issues. And one last thing I will say, we did actually, and we have moved and improved the yard, the garbage area and the materials area. We will continue to try to move and migrate that further away from that point. We will do so. It's not easy. Those things are large, heavy K-rails that we don't even have the equipment right now in place to be able to move that stuff. So we're struggling along. We don't have a lot of equipment and a lot of things that other public works folks may have. So we're working on all of those things. So again, thank you. I really appreciate your time tonight, and I'll stop at that. Thank you.
No, thank you, John. We I think we understand the constraints that you're talking about, and I'm sure you'll take what we have offered up tonight, in the right context, and hopefully some of it is worthwhile.
Absolutely.
What is the pleasure of the group? Do we need a 5-minute break before we plunge on? Yes, okay. Well, let's temporarily recess until 9:25. Thank you. He's usually so punctual.
There he is.
Welcome back.
Sorry for the delay.
No worries. Well, let's reconvene and move on to our next agenda item, which is the application for a coastal development permit at 341 Myrtle Street. And Scott Phillips, I think, will present.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Scott Phillips and presenting the project this evening. Go ahead and screen share and give a quick PowerPoint presentation. Can everyone see the screen okay?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so a little background. This is a proposal that was reviewed by the Planning Commission back in January. And prior to the application actually being submitted, we actually reviewed a complete chain of title for the project. Primarily because it's a very unique lot. It's a unique shape and fairly small size. And the conclusion was, after reviewing the chain of title, was that it is a legal lot, and we issued a certificate of compliance, and that was recorded at the county. Now, the proposed project does include a two-story residence, and as mentioned, a coastal development permit and architectural review, as well as 2 variances and a parking exception have been requested. Now, as far as noticing, the site has been posted 3 times throughout this process. Once when the application was submitted, and then once before the meeting in January, and then once again for the meeting this evening. We advertised tonight's meeting in the newspaper, as well as sent out notices to all the property owners within 300 feet, and then the renters within 100 feet. And for this go round on noticing, I did not receive any correspondence until this afternoon. I did receive 3 emails from some neighbors, and those were forwarded to the Planning Commission this evening, as well as posted on our website. Now, this slide shows the site and surrounding area, and the subject property is mid-block on the north side of Myrtle Street between 2nd Avenue and 1st Avenue. The site is zoned R1, which allows for single family. And as you can see, it's a very unique shape. It has 23 feet of frontage along Myrtle, but then tapers back to approximately 10 feet in the back. So it's sort of an angled lot that totals out at about just over 2,800 square feet. Now, a little bit about the previous review back in January. The commission reviewed 2 different designs back then, what we're calling Design A, which is also included in your packet this evening. And then back then, you also reviewed a taller Design B. And the Planning Commission evaluated the requested variances and parking exception. And there was a fairly high level of comfort with meeting the findings for the combined side yard setback variance as well as the parking exception. And this was primarily due to the unique shape that I just explained and sort of smaller lot size. Now, the Planning Commission did express some concerns about making the findings for the requested maximum building envelope variance. So there was some discussion around that, as well as potential privacy concerns with the rear deck and windows along the west side of the residence. There was also some discussion about overall height of the proposed house and symmetry, as well as questions on the potential for the new home to be used as a short-term rental. Now, the revised project that was included in your packet, as I mentioned, includes Design A that was previously included in the review back in January, which we are recommending approval of with some modifications. Design B is no longer proposed. Design C is a third design that's included with the packet that includes a more symmetrical roof line and slightly taller, but with a reduced deck. And I'll go into the elevations to flesh that out. Now, very quickly, the site plan is the same for both Design A and C. And the main takeaway on this is that a 3-foot setback is proposed on both sides that in lieu of the normally 8-foot combined side yard setback. I've also tried to sort of emphasize the location of the vehicle charger that's proposed next to the uncovered parking space in the front. Now, as far as the front elevations, Design C is only a little bit taller than Design A, and both barely exceed the maximum allowed height for single story, even though both designs included a second story. So normally a single story house is maximum height is 20 feet. Since there are 2 stories proposed, the maximum height is 28 feet. But it is closer to the max height of a single story. Now, the major difference in Design C is that you've got a more symmetrical front gable, as well as larger side shed dormers. And both of these elements encroach outside of the maximum building envelope. Approval of Design A is recommended with minor modifications, including pulling in the shed dormer shear wall slightly, as you see on Design C, as well as a reduced deck size, which I'll show on the next slide. Now, as you can see on Design A on the top, it meets the requirements of our maximum building envelope, but we're recommending that Design A be modified to include the reduced deck size as shown on Design C. And then on the flip side, here's the east elevation, and you can more easily see the wider shed dormer that's proposed on Design C, which puts that over the allowed encroachment of 15 horizontal feet outside of the maximum building envelope. Design A does conform with that minor change to the shear wall. Now, as far as the rear elevation, the key takeaway on this is that with the reduced deck, there is the added hip roof over the lower patio area. That's by reducing the size of the deck, you do have that allows for that additional architectural feature. Colors and materials, they remain the same as the previous review. Grading and drainage plan, 20 cubic yards is proposed for off-haul to allow for the construction of the foundation. Detention basin is sited within the front yard. And our public works engineering staff have reviewed the drainage and grading plan and are supportive of the design. Now, a few key items for the Planning Commission to consider: the variance and parking exception findings. As discussed in the previous meeting, there is a higher level of comfort with the requested variance for the combined side yard setback. but it's unclear if the planning commission can make the findings for the maximum building envelope variance that's requested on design C. There was discussion at the last meeting about potential privacy impacts with the large deck in the back. We're recommending that the deck as shown on design A be reduced, similar to what's shown on design C. And then as far as short-term rental, you probably noticed that there is a recommended condition of approval prohibiting short-term rental on this site. And that is primarily due to the small size of the lot and the limited opportunity for off-street parking. And as the Planning Commission has reviewed and recently with our draft short-term rental ordinance, short-term rentals do have a more intense land use. So that's really the kind of the primary purpose of us recommending that condition, that we just don't see that it makes sense for this site. Now, just to clarify our recommendation, we are recommending approval of this project, the design A with modifications, and modifications being an increased setback for the side shed dormer shear wall, as well as reduced rear deck area. And the project does meet applicable policies of the land use plan. And our preliminary determination is that the project is exempt from CEQA. And that's about all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. The owner and applicant are also logged in this evening, as well as the project designer. So they're available for questions as well.
Thank you, Scott. Do we have clarifying questions from the commission? Commissioner Benjamin, please.
Right. So thank you for the presentation and the staff report, Scott. I just I want to be sure I am grasping the salient features, and I know you'll straighten me out if I get it wrong. First, the requested variance that staff supports for side yard setbacks, 3 feet on each side, is an alternative to a total setback of 8 feet that could be maybe 3 on one side and 5 on the other. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So,
okay, good. And the reason is because this lot is so unusual in its shape. Do you have an idea about how many lots we have that would be like this? Is this really a one-off, or, there was a note in one of the public commenters talking about a nearby lot maybe having similar constraints. Can you shed light on that, please?
yes, absolutely. There is one very unique thing about this lot, and I mentioned that on in the beginning of the presentation, that the taper, that where it starts out and at roughly 20 feet of site frontage, but then tapers back to 10. And to my knowledge, we do not have a lot that's has that sort of angled shape in our city.
So at the back of the house, what is the rough width of the lot there?
So that the back property line is roughly 10 feet.
Got it.
But the
move forward to the house, the back of the house.
Yeah, it's probably about 12 feet, I would say, at the back of the house. Yes, maybe even a little less, actually.
Yeah, I'm being sort of horseshoes and hand grenades here. I didn't mean to ask for an exact number. And I'm not as facile as Commissioner Hernandez with reading the plans. What was the width of the rooms in the front of the house? I'm trying to, all of these questions are geared towards understanding what the ramifications would be in terms of the way the house interior looked if we asked them to toe the line and not grant a that easement for the 2 feet? How wide would the rooms be in front?
Let's see, I'm just looking it up right now here. So the front of the house with the variance would allow for 13 feet of width.
Interior?
And without exterior.
Exterior. So the interior has got probably 6 inches on each side for
Correct.
exterior walls, so it's like 12 feet.
Mhm.
And at the back of the house, it's narrower. How narrow is it back there? And I
It's
apologize.
less than 10, less than 10.
Less than
So
10. Yeah, okay, so that I think I understand. And then just to clarify for the parking exception, the focus as I read the staff report was that we're saying we're gonna excuse them from the responsibility for the covered parking, the enclosed parking space. As I read the report, it sounded like they had 2 spaces, but just that we were saying none of that there's not gonna be an enclosed one. Or are they asking for relief from one of the spaces entirely?
they are asking for relief for one of the spaces entirely. And part of that is that there was some discussion at the previous meeting about setting aside some of the front yard area to landscaping, that was preferable from an aesthetic perspective. So as I remember, there was some discussion last January about that.
It has been a while. Thank you. Okay, that answers my clarifying questions. Thank you. Appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you. Other commissioners with clarifying questions? Vice Chair Polgar.
I had one clarifying question about in terms of design A. I understand the modification for the deck, the recommendation. But in terms of the recommendation, there's additional recommendation for changing is it the dormer to make it fit within the building envelope? And if there is, could you show that on the design where that additional recommended changes?
Certainly, and the whole purpose of the recommendation is to avoid the need for a maximum building envelope variance. And so the only thing that needs to be done is for the exterior walls of the dormer to be pulled in a little bit. So I'll go ahead and screen share and show you. Let's see. So as you can see on design C, the shear wall for the dormers do not line up with the shear wall of the first story, whereas they do on the design A. So by offsetting the shear walls, that allows for the shed dormers to encroach outside the maximum building envelope. So that's really the only change that would be needed. And then a maximum building envelope variance would not be required.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Benjamin, is that a new hand raised or no? Old one? Any other Commissioner Hernandez, please.
So Scott, are you recommending we move forward with design C or design A, which kind of gets design A close to design C?
The staff's recommendation is to move forward with design A with 2 modifications. Now, that said, the commission, you're, certainly, welcome to explore other options, and, we're happy to hear any thoughts or ideas that the commission may have on this project. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my question.
If there are no other clarifying questions, I would be happy to open the public hearing and invite the members of the public who are in attendance to address the commission, with Bridget's help managing traffic.
We do have the applicant's architect on the line, so I think that she'll want to speak first. Sweet, there you go.
Thank you. I never, so do I get to do a bit of a presentation? Because that's usually what I get to do. I have the opportunity to do that now.
Yes, you're free to do that.
Thank you. So just a little history. We went to the Architectural Review Committee a few times, and the second time we presented A, which is a little bit asymmetrical. It is following the daylight plane, and that's why it looks asymmetrical. It's not symmetrical. It's actually on the front wall on the one side, it's only 4'4", and the other side it's about 2'10". So in doing that, the Arch Review Committee recommended that we actually add 2 feet variance, that it would be beneficial for habitability and to remove an excessive stairway. Because of this design, we have to have, the stairs are almost upstairs in the hallways to get to the door of the bedroom and the out to the deck. So and an extra note is that's why when we went to see, it actually increased the square footage because we took out some of those stairs. The outside exterior didn't change at all, or the footprint. And it also made the house more symmetrical. That's when we came to you in January, that's what you saw was option B, was after the recommendations from the Architectural Review Committee. And there was then concern about the height, and then you also mentioned that you like the symmetry. So I offered at that time, I was hoping to just come back within a couple of weeks so I could get your recommendations of how to move forward. I offered to, I said I could bring the roof down 2 feet if I could leave the shed dormers where they were so that we could retain that headroom that was there. And it's only for the first section of the front of the house, and then the rest of it follows the daylight plane. And the back of it is basically a 1-story house. So that's what Design C is. So we also went through and addressed all of the comments that were brought up. We reduced the height. And so, Scott, if you could do the front where it shows the daylight planes. What we did on this was, if you look on the left side of the house, it's actually under the daylight plane. And the right side, it is over the daylight plane about 7.5 inches. And that's the variance that we were asking for, so it could have more symmetry. So with this plan, we are still 6 foot 6 inches below what would be the maximum height limit for a 2-story house. The house now is a foot, just a little bit over a foot less than the house, the 2-story house next door. You asked about the rooms. So the reason that we wanted the 2-story on the front is because that's where we have, the exterior is 13 foot 10 inches wide by 13.9, and then it angles to the back. And so those are exterior dimensions, and then you take out the walls, it comes down to about 12 feet on the sides. And that's still with minimal headroom, because even with this, we've got shorter walls on the side, and then for a while, and then it goes back to those dormers that gives some headroom through the bedroom, the bed area, and the closet and the bathroom. That's it. And then as you move to the rear, the exterior at the end is only 8'6". And so then you take out another 12 inches for that, and you have, basically 7'6" for the inside. So when somebody was mentioning a one-story house, that would mean you would have the kitchen and in front, and in the back would be this narrow of a bedroom. So the majority of the second floor is at the front, as I said, and so I think I explained all that, is why we would end up with a substandard bedroom if it was one story. As requested, we did break the plane of the wall for the shed dormer, and then we. So after the hearing, these are the comments I think that were most talked about. So the deck, many people were concerned about the size of the deck. Actually, this is where the house transitions to be one story. We could have continued to follow the roof line as the daylight plane goes back, but we chose to put in the deck instead in order to lower the height of the house and to be able to enjoy the space within the limited yard. Beyond that, we did hear the concerns of the residents and staff, so we reduced the size of the deck from 224 square feet to 174 by adding the roof over the one-story porch. To show the neighbors that were concerned about having a view of the back, we added the elevation view of the back would look like. The property behind this house was concerned about this big party house, and so on the rear elevation, I've added a section that just shows the deck area of what it would look like. If you can show the back of the elevation, or that sheet that has the back elevation, Scott. I don't know if I can probably tell you which page. Let's see. It's just the elevation sheet. It has the okay, I'm going through it on my slow computer. Okay. Shoot. So I guess it's page 256 of the total packet.
I can move you over to share screen if it's easier for you. So
not really. I'm kind of limited. Oh, and actually that's not the right one. I think this has both. There it is. Thank you. So on the rear, that's about what it would look at the very end of the house. And that's from the rear property line, that is about 78 feet to the back door. Anyway, so we also, on the left side of that deck, we put siding on that so that it's not clear glass looking onto that. There's glass facing the ocean side, but not this, thank you. Yeah, this side where the property owner was concerned about privacy. So Airbnb, there's no intention to use this as an Airbnb. And then there was concerns about on the front side, the other side, the windows looking into the house on the west. And so that's where we added the note to add a, see, where did I put it? We found a removable decorative private film that would be added to the two windows facing the neighbor to the west. We included a picture on that. And then the upstairs bedroom window on this side would also be frosted. So that was mainly, most of the windows for the bedrooms are at the rear and front of the house. There are two high windows upstairs for the master bedroom on the east and one regular window on the west side in order to have one window that looks out to the ocean. Skylights and windows downstairs are used for the rest of the house to bring in natural light. Parking, we have put a parking space in front where it's common for the neighbors to be parking right now, actually. And there will also be a space along the street to park in front of the landscape area of the front yard. If we put in two spaces on the front yard, there will be no space for landscaping. We will go with whatever the commission decides on this because we heard both options coming from different commissioners. The design, I've worked really hard to create a structure that is compatible with the neighborhood while considering the constraints. The peak is now below the peak of the two-story house to the east. We were asked that we give, after we made all of our adjustments, John Cowan sent out a flyer to all the neighbors to show them the changes and to ask for any comments, which were done immediately following the updates to the structure. And we didn't receive any response from that. So no more floor area is being created than could have been achieved without this exception. In fact, this request to encroach into the daylight plane on just one side of the front in order to create a balanced and more appealing front view, we have chosen to not take advantage of the allowable square footage, the allowable balcony extending into the front or rear setbacks, allowable lot coverage, the allowable height, the allowable larger deck, or allowable below the house space. For a substandard home, you can actually go down, I think, 4 feet on this. So we didn't do any of those. So that's pretty much my presentation. And then if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Well, we thank you for that. Commissioner Hernandez, did you want to ask Ms. Taylor a question?
Yes, sorry. Is there would you prefer to go forward with C or A?
C. I think it's a lot more appealing. I think it's a lot more appealing, and it gives a bit more headroom.
Great, thank you.
Bridget, do we have other members of the public to address the commission?
Yes, we do. We have one, Lynn Hurrell.
Welcome.
Yes, hello. That's actually my wife's name that's come up. So in case you wondered why this voice is male and not female. This is Graham Hurrell. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. I'm a Myrtle Street resident. So, but first of all, thank you so much for all the time and effort that you spend on doing things like this. I mean, it's 10 o'clock at night and we're still debating the issues, and it's an unsung job. So thank you very much for what you do. And also, it's great to hear that you're upholding other things that you've been saying about short-term rentals, which is great. So I'm glad that we can establish that this won't be a short-term rental, because I know that's something the council doesn't want to continue or to pursue with new builds, which is good. We're happy with that. I think the thing that concerns me is maybe I'm just a bit of a rule follower, but if there are rules, why do we allow variances? So we still have, and I appreciate the conversation about the maximum building envelope variance being avoided, and I think that's great that we can do that. But if there's still a parking exception and still a side yard setback variance, which has gone from, if I'm understanding, from 8 feet to 6, I'm struggling to understand why we're letting that go when it's an ordinance or a variance or whatever, or a rule that is actually put in place. That's my first kind of question, really, is why are we even entertaining variances like this? Surely a rule is a rule. So, I mean, I think to summarize, thank you for doing the job you're doing. Great to know it's not going to be a short-term rental, because that is a problem for the local residents. I'm concerned that a rule is a rule, so why are we having variances? And also, just as a resident generally in Half Moon Bay for over 10 years, just generally it bothers me that we're putting houses on every available patch of land, however small and strange shape it may be. And I think as a rule, that's a rather odd precedent to set. And we keep seeing these tiny houses coming up, and it doesn't ameliorate the area. And that's more of an emotional aspect than anything else. So really my question is mostly around, surely rules are rules, and why are we allowing variances at all? So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'll stop at this point.
Thank you for your comments.
Are there answers too, or just comments?
No, we welcome your comments very much, but this isn't a Q&A session.
How do I get answers to that question? Forgive me, I'm a bit new to all
this. I think during this meeting, when you hear deliberations and decision by this body, will be very informative to you.
Thank you. That's great.
You're also welcome at any time on this and other matters to engage with our staff at City Hall.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Judy Taylor.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
we
good.
can.
I've had difficulties with that. So I wasn't going to speak, but I would like to speak to the previous speaker. This lot was created at a time when people could create lots by grant deed. And so way back in time, the city wasn't able to prevent it, didn't have any say in it, and so the lot was created. And the Fifth Amendment says that government can't take your property without using it. They can regulate it, but they can't use it. And as somebody that's lived on the coast for going on 50 years, we celebrate the unique, diverse, eclectic nature of the coast side. And we get that way by having these diverse kinds of projects, that quirky, they're odd, they fit in. So I admire staff, and like the previous speaker, I also want to say thank you for what you do. I would not do it for any love nor money. And so thank you for that. But it's appropriate that you regulate the use, and I appreciate how you are regulating it. I haven't studied the plans well enough to know which plan would be preferred over another. But I defer to you guys and to the designer to answer the questions and to create something so that the owner of the property has the use of their property, but the neighborhood is not significantly impacted by it. I would also say that as a nearly 50-year person who has also voted for the Coastal Act back in 1972, we have limits on where and how we can grow. And what you're seeing is infill development. And we have this infill development so that we basically don't have development between Half Moon Bay and Santa Cruz. So that's what everybody is trying to balance here. So thank you for the opportunity to talk. I do support the project, and I hope that you work with people to get the best thing for everybody involved. Thanks.
Well, thank you for that. We appreciate that. See, we have more speakers.
Sorry, I was on mute. The next person we have is Nick De La Torre.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Hi, how are you guys?
Your volume is a little low. We do hear you, but crank it up if you can.
All right. Is that a little bit better?
A little bit.
Okay. So yeah, I am the neighbor. I'm one of the neighbors on the east side. And as per our last it's the parking for me that seems like it's going to pose the most of a problem. Just for the neighbors directly right here in front. I believe the house is two bedroom, right? Is that correct? So it's 2 bedrooms. So I feel it's safe to say 2 cars for sure, maybe a third. And we have 1 parking stall being proposed. I just think that will end up being an issue for myself and our surrounding neighbors. I do appreciate you guys shrinking down the deck size. It was quite large in my view for the size of the home. I appreciate that a lot. And my only other question would really be, I know that you guys you guys brought it up yourselves, that this lot is just an odd size. And I know that that makes a lot of difficulties in the design aspect of it. But that being said, rather than trying to jump through all these hoops in order to keep a 2-story, last time I think it was even offered by one of the commissioners that maybe a 1-story dwelling be offered up. Something that would be a little bit more easier to work around, right? And to be completely honest with you, that's kind of what I thought we would be seeing is a different design. I myself am still looking at this, and I feel like we're doing the same thing that we did the first time. We're going through picture A, picture B, picture C. Imagine a slightly difference here. We're going to do something there. We could possibly change this. And it's very confusing. I'm not as well versed in this side of it. So it's very hard for me to try to figure out exactly what we're even talking about. The story polls are up, which it's still slightly confusing. So I don't know if when you guys get a chance to talk about this after, if maybe you guys could just help clarify kind of exactly what we're looking at. I know the house tapers in the back to, I think it's close to 8 feet wide. And in the picture that you guys have of the rear elevation, it just kind of shows the house and the deck. And I'm just trying to visualize it. I don't know, Scott, maybe if you have like a aerial view of kind of how this would look, but I can't get a full visual of how this looks on that property with just the images that I have. And with that, I think that's it. I thank you.
We thank you. I don't believe there's an aerial view of the design rendered.
No, just the elevations and site plan, architectural plans. So
Go to our next public speaker.
The next speaker that I have raising his hand is John Callan, applicant and owner. Go ahead, John, you can unmute and speak.
Welcome, Mr.
Thanks,
Callan.
Brenda. Thank you, commissioners. I'm a little bit tired, but I'm going to do the best I can here. First, I want to thank you all for all the hard work and all of your patience. After all, we've been working on this now for over 2.5 years. And I was a little bit frustrated in that we first had a very different design and plan and scheme came in. And we understood that it'd be very difficult to get that plan approved. So we came up with Plan A, and Plan A is what we first showed the architectural committee, I guess about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. And the city has decided that the lot should be developed. And that this is kind of where everyone is coming from. So it would make sense and would be fair if you allow it to be functional. And it'd be nice to have it symmetrical. Jimmy, you're right on when you're asking about, is this going to set some kind of precedence? I know of no other lot in Half Moon Bay like this. I defy anyone to come up with anything similar. The lot is severely substandard and it's a fan lot. And so the only way we could see, so I don't see any kind of a precedent coming there. And your architectural advisory committee came to us and said, well, this is going to be awful. You got a 4-foot wall on one side, you got a 2-foot 10-inch wall on the other side. The stairs are coming up into the middle of the structure, and you're going to be hitting your head in the bathroom when you're trying to take your shower. You're not going to have sufficient headroom coming up the stairs. That's why the stairs had to go in the center. And it was your AAC that suggested we come up with Plan B and go up 2 feet. That's what happened. Nick De La Torre, great neighbor, we've been working with Nick for years. He asked at the last meeting that we bring it down the 2 feet, or actually, I think it was his sister asked that we bring it down 2 feet. And so we did. We brought it down 2 feet. Now all we're asking for is 7¼ inches on one side. And that's the trade-off that we're asking the commission to make. If we will have a functional home and we'll have with a nice symmetrical elevation, if you'll simply allow us to intrude 7¼ inches into the daylight plane. And when you look at the front of it, gentlemen and ladies, it's de minimis. You look at the story poles shown in the previous feature. It's 7 inches is all we're asking for. It will not increase the square footage of the home, and it won't be noticeable from the front elevation. What it will do will make the elevation much more symmetrical, and it'll make it functional. We'll be able to enjoy the second floor. And that's why I was, oh, Commissioner Hernandez, I was so shocked when you asked which which design we preferred, because design A is the one that we proposed, yeah, about 2 years ago. And what we've been doing is fighting for design C throughout the entire proceedings. And I just wanted to make that very clear, and in the nicest way. And that's all I had to say. If you have any further questions for myself or my designer, we'd be happy to answer them.
Well, thank you for those remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, commissioners and
Thank
staff.
you. Any other public speakers, Bridget? I think you're muted, Bridget.
I am. There's no one else that's raised their hand.
All right. Well, I will close the public hearing and invite discussion from the commission, and Commissioner Benjamin, please have at it.
Yeah, so thank you again, Scott, for the report and the answers, and thank you to the public and the applicant for the testimony tonight in the prior nights. I've been studying the pictures for some time, and I feel like we've gotten the improvements that that will make this project livable. I struggle in general with making variances, and I have a pretty high bar in my own mind for when I think we are in a unique situation. I think this is one of those situations. It does seem to me, if I really tried to torture what livability means a little bit, the house could be shorter still and squeezed in a little bit and maybe not have any variances. But even if it was a single story house, it would still be about this height. And I do think it would be, 1,100 feet is not a palatial interior. So I think it doesn't feel to me like it's a terrible excess. I believe that the basis for the side yard setback is established here by the nature of the parcel. The evidence, in my opinion, supports that finding. While I appreciate that symmetry has a certain value, I don't dislike the asymmetric design that was originally brought with the modifications that were presented tonight. I think it's palatable. And the standard for the variance is that we're supposed to do the closest that we can to meeting the code standards. To the member of the public who asked, aren't we following the rules? Variances are actually part of the rules. The law, and if people really want to know, they can check in with staff, but in a nutshell, the law allows for us to make accommodations for parcels that are just really, really hard to make work, so that we avoid having a rule that ends up creating a situation where, as Ms. Taylor suggested, someone wouldn't be able to use the parcel well. And so while I see some aesthetic perspective that might be preferred in C, it's hard for me to make the finding that it's necessary to do that. I appreciated the clarification with respect to parking. At the first meeting, I said I thought that both parking spaces should be up front. I still think that. I would sacrifice the landscaping to have it, but I will certainly respect the position of my colleagues if they feel that landscaping is more valuable than that parking space. Those are my comments for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Benjamin. Commissioner Hernandez, please.
I echo the part of Commissioner Benjamin's comments that variances are part of the rules, and we need to consider competing priorities when we look at what we're doing with respect to development. I'll also point out that we have been given clear policy direction from this and previous city councils to increase the density and reduce sprawl, and where we have existing development, do more infill. So it's a clear policy that's been handed down to us from our city council, and I, for one, support those policies. But I do agree it's important that we follow the rules. And when I built my house here, I took great care to follow the rules. With respect to C or A, I fundamentally disagree with Commissioner Benjamin here. C is clearly superior to A from a livability perspective. I mean, it's subtle. You got to really get into the detail. But our colleagues in ARC have looked at this and made the recommendations that point us to C. And I feel very comfortable making the findings that C meets the requirements for variance. So, and I also fundamentally look at the thoughtfulness that's gone into design C. You got the reduced deck size, which is what the neighbors have asked for. You've got the privacy screening, the privacy on the glass. I mean, it's just fundamentally a much more thoughtful design. And I think it's going to really meet the vast majority of the feedback we got from the neighbors that we received. It's going to meet those items that were brought forth to us as concerns, and especially the idea that this is not going to be a property that's going to allow short-term rentals. I think, again, fundamentally, this is not a party house. Changing the size and scope of this, the size of the deck is, I mean, I wouldn't be happy if it was my deck. I'd prefer the bigger deck, but I do appreciate the fact that the applicant is reducing the size of the deck and, you know, again, making subtle design choices on the exterior that make the property look much more balanced and much more valuable. And it's going to increase the value of the neighbors' homes, I think, you know, from what I've seen. So I'm very supportive of C, and I given that the applicant wants this and ARC has kind of pushed in that direction. And frankly, city staff's recommendations largely incorporate a lot of the ideas that are baked into C, but they're not as fully fleshed out. I think C is the right approach for us.
Well, thank you for that. I think at this point in time, which is 10:20 p.m., would be appropriate for us to have a motion to extend beyond our usual 10:30 end time. Commissioner Benjamin?
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benjamin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Polgar,
Yes.
and Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Meeting extended.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Gorn, please.
Hey there. So I listened to your to the Planning Commission hearing in January, and you guys were so thorough. You went over every detail of this house. It was really impressive. So the two big things that came up at that meeting were the size of the deck and the party house idea. This idea that a short-term rental is not right for this house. So they've answered both of those. They've also answered every other small detail from what I can see. In terms of the parking, I hate the variances. I know that it seems like we're asking for a parking variance with just about every project, but in this case, I would say one car is better than two. One parking spot is better than two, because you're just going to have two cars right in front of the house all the time. And that's not a good look for a neighborhood. So I have been to that neighborhood. I do know the parking is a little limited, but not crazy limited. So the only other thing is C or A. And I would lean towards C myself. just seems, you've got such a small house. And the dimensions are minuscule. The change is minuscule. And if you're, I think this one, we can have a variance for that. It's a tiny house. So I like this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Gorn. Vice Chair Polgar.
Thank you, Chair Reddick. Well, I overall, I like the design of the house. I'll be honest, to me, the asymmetry versus having symmetrical is not a big deal. But a couple things that may complicate things is that when it comes to parking, hearing what the neighbor has to say about that being one of their biggest concerns, I would almost, say have 2 parking spaces out front. If that's what really is an issue, is a concern for the neighbors, and that it's one more thing to make it a little less of a burden. I think that their point about it being there's likely to be 2 cars associated with whoever lives there. Maybe there'll only be, hopefully there'll only be 1, but I do think it'd look nicer with just 1 parking space as it's been proposed. But to me, it's a matter of like, this is an issue for the neighborhood, and it's concern raised multiple times by the neighbors. So just putting that out there, that I would be supportive of having the 2 parking spaces in this case, based on that feedback. The other thing is that maybe I'm not understanding all of the differences between C and A, but I want to make it really clear, because I went out and looked at the polls today and really tried to figure out where, for instance, the dormers lined up with particularly with the house, like, since the difference seems to be mainly on the east side in terms of what the dormer difference. I get the daylight plane difference, that I understand, but my understanding, if I'm looking at the east elevations comparing the 2 east elevations, I see a big difference in like the length of dormer, like that will be and that's area that would be kind of a wall alongside the house to the east. Am I correct in that understanding? And so I guess to me, based on what I looked at with the story polls, if you took that back further, like in design C, that's right in front of the 1 window on their side. It has a big difference to me. That to me seems like it's a big difference in terms of what the experience, let's put it that way, for the neighbor on the east. And so I get that it makes it more, if I'm interpreting the plans correctly, basically what's having to happen in design A, and when you get up to the top of the stairs, is you're kind of on this lower landing, and you go up some stairs towards the south to get to the main bedroom, and you go up some stairs if you want to go to the deck, you go up some stairs. So there's kind of this like dip, basically, and that's how they make it work, because you don't have that extra dormer space. It's not great, but I guess I'm not seeing that that's such a big deal when so to me, it seems like you still have a very functional upstairs. Yes, it's quirky, and I actually like that. I think it's kind of cool. The house is pretty quirky, but I didn't see that was necessary to change that to what's shown in design C to make the house like functional. The deck is kind of a special area anyways. It's not the end of the world to have to go down the little steps and then back up some steps to get to it from the main bedroom. So I actually felt like design C wasn't that little of a change based on my understanding. If I have it wrong, I would definitely appreciate being like corrected in my understanding. So, but if I'm accurate in what I just described, I would definitely prefer to see design A. I am already, while I am not going to, you know, I'm fine with, well, I'm not fine, but I will be supportive of the existing setbacks alongside the 3-foot setbacks, because as I'm looking at the design, I don't think you can squeeze this house any narrower. But I will say that that's a long distance to have only 3 feet, like a corridor between a fence that, I don't know about your fences, but my fence tends to lean, despite my best intentions to like get it to ship shape. So, and it's just a long distance alongside. And I would have much preferred, again, I'm not suggesting that this be a change, but I'm just saying I would have much preferred to see at least one side of the house have a wider setback, just for practical purposes of like getting alongside a house along that long a distance. It's like up to 65 feet, you know, and what, I think though that in this case, I do think that I'm not really clear that the design C change with that dormer, extended dormer, is really necessary to create usable, livable space. I think that they've already got that in design A, the way it is. I do appreciate the smaller deck, seeing as that's a request from the neighbors. I get why they, you know, the further that goes back, that just like creates a more kind of looming feel in the neighboring yards. And so I do think that's a big, I really appreciate that they made that change. And I think it looks really good, the design from the back with the smaller deck. So, and I really do appreciate all the work that's gone into this. It's clear that a ton of work has gone into it. And I do think it's attractive. I like the design. I think the asymmetrical design looks good, just as much as the symmetrical one does. So those are my comments. And definitely, please, if I have it wrong, my interpretation, please correct me on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Polgar. I too want to thank staff and the applicant for continuing to work so hard on this. And I appreciate Commissioner Hernandez' correct framing of this a few minutes ago. It is the case that our city has a policy of promoting increased development where development already exists. And this is why we seek to be flexible with infill projects like this. I also support what Commissioner Benjamin said, that we ought to have a high bar for granting variances and exemptions, but they are part of the law, and the law does say where variances are necessary to preserve the use of substantial property rights, it's not unreasonable to consider variances. So I and also like Commissioner Benjamin, I think the fewer variances and exceptions generally the better. So I support staff's recommendation about design A with the shorter deck. I think that's the best case here that gets as close as possible to zero exemptions. When I came into this, I was okay with the parking exemption. The more I think about it, to be honest, I understand the neighbor's point of view, and in that existing neighborhood, any bit of relief from congestion on the street is probably a good thing. So I wouldn't oppose requiring 2 parking places here. But I also agree that this would be a really bad place for a short-term rental. But I can't support building that into the permit here, because I think the Planning Commission would be venturing into the creation of de facto policy if we do that. I think it's the City Council is in the midst of considering policies on short-term rental. I don't think it's our place to set a precedent for, in substandard lots or in crowded neighborhoods, the policy will be to disallow short-term rentals. So I think we should resist the temptation to legislate that and let City Council deal with that, which will probably be pretty soon.
Through the chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
I think city staff took a position which was not having us as a commission take a firm position, but they made findings that this is not a good property for short-term rentals on their own. And they're asking us to endorse their findings, which is not a policy position we're taking or something we're doing. So it might make sense to have city staff comment on that again, but again, it's not us taking the position. It's more of the recommendation from city staff is like, this is not an appropriate site for a short-term rental because of other factors, you know, the exceptional factors associated with the property. So that's just a point. Second one was, I understand the concern about parking on the street. There were some aesthetic concerns raised by other neighbors. There were also parking concerns raised by neighbors. So we've got both sides of it. I think if we're going to start raising the bar on parking exceptions, fine. I mean, put 2 parking spots on the site. I don't have a strong opinion about that. I do think that that what I heard from the designer was she was okay moving forward, and the applicant were okay moving forward with A or C. But there are definitely some material improvements in the livability of the property with C, but you know, it is what it is. So I'll just, that's my feedback.
Well, I take your point about the exact language of what we're doing with STRs. I have to say that if I would be also concerned if staff was venturing into setting precedents about where STRs are appropriate. And no disrespect at all meant to staff or to the Planning Commission, but I'm just very sensitive to the fact that the residents of Half Moon Bay have elected the city council to set policies in general and like that. So I would personally be very well, as I've said, I wouldn't want to go there where we might be setting a precedent that is in effect a policy. But if Scott or Jill want to speak to that, we'd be happy to hear.
Yeah, maybe I'll start off, and Jill might have some items to add. But you're absolutely correct, Chair Ruddock, that this is a unique site. It's very small and you know, sort of odd shape. And that in particular, the unique constraints of the site just doesn't make sense to have a short-term rental there as far as intensity of a, added land use intensity of a short-term rental. So that's the main reason why we recommend that condition of approval.
So it's a condition of approval that you recommend, but it would require Planning Commission to endorse that.
Correct.
If I could, Chair Ruddock,
Please, yeah.
We appreciate the course correction here, if that's what the pleasure of the commission, and certainly we were not trying to set the commission up or presuppose STR policy. I've been working on the short-term rental ordinance, and you are correct. It is, I will give you an update at the end of the meeting tonight on that. Where this came from was what Scott is referring to is about the intensity of use and the practical capacity of the property, which is really constrained. And as has already been noted by members of the public as well as the commission, and frankly, our work with this really responsive designer who's worked so hard on this, the property hardly has any room for storage. It doesn't have a garage. It hardly has any parking. If there's 2 parking spaces instead of 1, that probably means there's going to be perhaps 1 less public parking space on the street. So you've kind of, you got a tricky flip of the coin on that, but the neighbors have given you feedback about what works for them. And I think it's great that you're listening to that. But at some point, it's just, we know STRs have higher occupancy. They use more resources, and we get complaints about them when they don't fit on the property. And we just, this was hard enough to fit on the property. So this was more about a practical assessment of what could fit there, and was not intended to be precedent setting for any other particular site.
No, I understand. Thank you for that. Commissioner Benjamin?
Thank you. So I after hearing the dialogue, I went back to page 13 of the 21 pages. The condition, I would, if it was as soft as I think Commissioner Hernandez might have envisioned it, it wouldn't be an issue, but it's pretty clear. It says the use of the residence as a short-term vacation rental shall be prohibited. That's pretty black and white. But I'd like to frame it probably more like Jill did a moment ago, which is that we're trying to find ways to allow variances on this property that, in exchange for that variance, is still not going to result in development that is detrimental to the neighborhood. And I guess what I'm hoping here, if you're following my thinking, is that the applicant wants these variances. The applicant apparently doesn't have any interest in pursuing a short-term rental. Perhaps the applicant would be willing to offer that they're not going to do short-term rentals, rather than us dictating it. It's related to the way that the variance findings that the use is not detrimental to the injurious to the neighborhood. Winter can help me with the right words, but I respect and I appreciate the deference that you give to council for policy. I'm trying to work this from the context of the variance law.
No, I understand how you're framing that. I will say if the applicant were to volunteer a willingness to enter into prohibiting STR there, then that would make a difference in my mind. I see that Ms. Taylor has her hand up among the attendees. Is it appropriate maybe to see if she wants to speak to that? Let me reopen the public hearing for that purpose.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And I guess where I'm having an issue is that we're taking the concessions that we've been working on for 2 years is a little bit more headroom upstairs. And with we're eliminating nearly all of the storage that we have upstairs with putting this 3 rows of stairs, a 2-foot wall that's our closet will now be 2 feet. And the other side will be 4 feet. So, we're really happy to make concessions as you're asking, but I was hoping to get some few concessions from the Planning Commission. So, there are 2 parkings, basically with the one that's on the property and one that's on the public site. I mean, on the, you can still park another car in front of the lot, but we are okay. It would be nice if you could also give us concessions that we are concessing on the size of the deck. If you change it to A and then say, plus you have to give more concessions that you're not required to give, I think there needs to be a little bit more give and take. And all we really want is to be able to have some storage in the bedroom area and headroom in the bathroom area with the, and even with that, with C, if it would make it better, I can bring that shed dormer down to 7 feet instead of 8 feet, if that would help with adding another concession. So yes, we're, whichever way you want to go, if you want to have 2 parking spaces in the front, we would be agreeable to that. I would just appreciate some concessions from the commission for doing some of these. Thank you.
All right. So you weren't meaning to speak about the short-term rental question just now, I gather.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do that too.
Okay.
But as I say, I mean, we're giving, I think so far 3 concessions and you still want us to meet the letter of the law. And you actually have a code, I think it's 18 something, that when there's such a severely substandard lot, to make it more habitable, or reduce the unnecessary hardship, you're allowed to give some variances. And
Yes.
I'm kind of pleading. We've spent 2 years to get a little bit of headroom in the upstairs. And that's, if you go with A again, it's a 2-foot wall with a 2-foot closet and a 4-foot wall on the other side.
No, we hear you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think Commissioner Gorn had his hand up next.
So I appreciate the applicant agreeing to say that there are no short-term rentals. But I think the Planning Commission would not be setting policy by saying that this house is not okay for a short-term rental. It's not a policy to say that we're talking about parking variances and variances because the house is too small, when we know that a short-term rental increases parking, increases use, there's more people, there's more, it's a different animal. And so, saying that, yes, we'll go ahead and grant these variances, or, that the applicant will meet all of these requirements. I think that we also have to say, and it's not a proper place for a short-term rental, because that use of space is not appropriate. So that's all.
Yes, well, that, as I said, at least in my mind, with the applicant volunteering, that does change matters for me. So I could
Except
support
when they
that.
sell the house, then the next applicant can use it as a short-term rental. I think that this house shouldn't be a short-term rental. That's what I personally, I don't think that's right.
Thank you for
the
that.
chair.
I'm sorry, who was that?
That was
Oh,
Jimmy.
Commissioner Benjamin, yes,
Yeah, I
thanks.
just wanted to touch what I heard Commissioner Gorn say. My understanding, David, is that the condition that's cited, condition A7, that prohibits the use, in my mind, and perhaps in other commissioners' mind, is justified and would be binding on future owners of the parcel. And we're attaching it with the consent of the developer. So it's not that the way we're doing this would relieve any restrictions on a subsequent owner. Thank you. I apologize for the interruption.
That would work for me.
No, thank you. That's good clarification. So where are we at? Commissioner Hernandez.
So I'm not exactly sure where we're at, but I'd like to maybe put the concept up for vote by the commission, make a motion and see explicitly where people stand, if I may.
You may.
I would like to make a motion to support Plan C, which has the smaller deck. The change to, or the no short-term rental language, 2 parking spots in front to address the neighbors' last concerns. I think, and I'd give flexibility to reduce the shed dormer down, but I don't think we need to put that in there. So my recommendation is we make a motion to approve Plan C with the smaller deck as included in Plan C, with a restriction on no short-term rentals and a change to have 2 parking spots in front of the house.
And do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Commissioner Gorn seconds. Before we have a roll call, since we have discussed earlier this year, there can be discussion between the motion and the second and the roll call. I know it's a small point, but I'm personally would stick by my guns and support staff's recommendation on design A, although I appreciate that reasonable people can disagree on this. Vice Chair Polgar, did you wish to speak before we vote?
They want to go back to A.
Yes, I wanted to just, I want to clarify something that I heard about the parking. And that is, I gather now that it makes sense to me. You have the 1 parking space that's proposed. there's still parking along the street in front of the landscaped part. If we don't put 2 parking spaces on the actual, on the parcel. So basically there's 2 spaces no matter what. Okay. I guess I just want there to be as much parking as possible for purposes of not being disruptive, creating like essentially dispersing the need for parking elsewhere on the street that arises from this development. And so I'm kind of backtracking now because I should have thought of that earlier, but now after that having that pointed out to me, I'm like, maybe then we just want to say 1 parking and then at least have the street parking, and then we'll have some landscaping, which will, in my opinion, look better. So I may be backtracking on that and would rather not see the 2 parking spaces on the property.
All right.
Sorry, I am like feeling really wacky. Before you, I do want to, I'm really, I do want to understand though that what the difference is for the next door in terms of this dormer. And also I'm not, I had understood that C with the bigger dormer, which I clearly get it. I see the improvement. Like now I understand that I didn't before understand the difference it would make in the storage upstairs. Now that makes sense. And I get that. I really want to understand, first of all, is that part of the exception that we're granting, the variance that we're granting, that extra dormer for C? Is that really what it is? Or is it the daylight plane? What are we actually, because I heard at one point, oh, it's just 7 inches or 7.7¼ inches of extra kind of extending into the outside of the building envelope, the allowable building envelope without a variance. But when I look at the designs, to me, the extra dormer also seems to be outside of the building envelope. And so that's what I want to understand. And it would be really helpful. Is there a way to see where that lines up with the neighbor's window?
These are important questions, and it's a little irregular in parliamentary procedure, but I guess we ought to ask Scott to answer as much of that as we can.
Yes, I'd be happy to clarify. So as far as the dormer encroachment, the maximum building envelope requirement allows for 15 horizontal feet in total to encroach outside the maximum building envelope. So that would be both the west shed dormer and the east shed dormer added up. And now on design C, that clearly is more than 15 horizontal feet that encroaches outside the maximum building envelope. So I'll go ahead and screen share just to show. So as you can see on the lower part here, this even on one side is more than 15 horizontal feet. On design A, it's roughly 4 feet, at least on the west side. Design A on the east side is, I think it's 11 feet. So added up, it's 15 feet. Whereas design C is probably double that, at least about 30 feet, encroaching outside the maximum building envelope. So it's a matter of adding up the horizontal distance of each of the dormers that encroach outside the maximum building envelope. Now, as far as the location of the windows, maybe Google Street View would be the best way to show that.
Also wanted to mention that Sue Taylor is raising her hand again to possibly speak. So I just letting you know, she may have some comment.
Let's see, try screen sharing one other document here.
Yeah, I was going to ask Scott if he could do the comparison of the three houses for the vice chair, and maybe the one that shows if it had a regular daylight plane on it. And I think there's a disadvantage that the vice chair hasn't been to the last meetings, and C is pretty much what I proposed to bring back after the discussion we had last time with the shed allowing for the headroom. So if you can look at the picture that has the, on this one, the red line is where that parking space would be, and you can see the neighbors are often parking there. But if you look at it compared to the other houses, I mean, eventually someday that two-story house could go up another 6 feet. And then this thing would really dwarf. But basically what I wanted to say was the house that's proposed on C is what I proposed to bring back after our discussion. I had explained what I would be doing. And, you know, I was hoping to bring that back in February. So,
just to try and answer the second question that Vice Chair Polgar had about how the windows that line up, based off of where the window, the second story window for the house to the east, that would essentially face towards the back of the shed dormer on design C. So I don't foresee any windows that would necessarily face each other. And I think Sue did a great job with, recognizing that and avoiding that potential privacy impact. So.
All right. Well,
you can see that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Scott. Commissioner Benjamin?
Yeah, I asked that we call the question.
Okay, fair. Do we need the motion restated so everyone's clear on the details?
Yeah, so
yes, that would be helpful.
I will restate the motion exactly as I posed it.
Thank you, Ray.
So it's the motion is move forward with Plan C with 2 parking spots in front and the deed restriction on no short-term rentals.
I think you mean 1 parking space in front, because there's you
Two
require
parking spots on the well, what I originally proposed was 2 parking spots on the property, not 1 in front and 1 so 2 parking spots on site.
Correct. Okay. All right. So the question,
Point of order. Yeah? Point of order.
I'm letting the.
Thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner Hernandez, you said with a deed restriction for regarding the short-term rentals, and I'm wondering if you meant a condition of approval. As
Condition of approval is what I meant. Yes.
Thank you.
Let's have a roll call, please, Bridget.
Yes.
Sorry, there was a point of order by Commissioner Benjamin.
I withdraw the point of order. It was just to make sure that Winter had a chance to speak.
Thank you.
Great.
Commissioner Benjamin, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Question through the chair. Sorry, just a quick question. Are we, I've not encountered this before. We can't make any changes to this resolution or is this?
I can withdraw the motion and make a new motion that would address your concerns, and we can try that first. This is the first trial balloon.
That no objection. I can withdraw my request to call the vote if he wants to revise the motion.
I
probably the way to go.
To revise. Great. Okay, so here's what I propose then. Okay, I withdraw my previous motion. My motion now is to move forward with Plan C with a condition of approval for no short-term rentals and 1 parking spot on site. So that is my motion.
Here a second.
Yeah, I'll second
Commissioner Gorn seconds.
Okay. Discussion.
Let's have a roll call, please, Bridget.
Yes, Commissioner Benjamin,
No.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Polgar,
Very dramatic.
Thinking about what I just learned. Sorry. No.
and Chair Reddick.
I vote no.
Motion
Okay.
denied.
I make a
Commissioner-
motion for.
Commissioner
Go ahead.
Benjamin.
Let somebody else make a motion.
Right.
Thank you. I move that we, let me get the text of the resolution up. Bear with me. That we approve PDP 1906 using design A's modified by the conditions as described in the recommendation in the staff report. And we make findings to support the parking exception that has been proposed. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Gorn seconds.
Roll call. Commissioner Benjamin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
We didn't hear you, Rick.
he's thinking.
You didn't say anything.
No.
Vice Chair Polgar
Yes.
and Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Okay, motion approved.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, somebody said tonight that we had thorough discussions in this body. I think that's true. It's a good thing, a good thing. We move now to the director's report.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for a long meeting and all the work that you did tonight. And I do want to acknowledge and reassure this applicant that we will do everything we can to expedite them to building permits so they can get moving. And we hope they will work with us to do that. Agenda forecast, your next meeting is September 14th. And we right now are looking at two downtown projects. One of them you've seen before at 795 Main Street. It's a fairly major modification to a previously approved CDP. And then 727 Main Street, which has recently completed 2 rounds of review with the Architectural Advisory Committee, and it is now ready for you. September 28th is a different focus. We think we'll be ready with the Poplar Gateways project for a scoping session for the environmental impact report. We call that the NOP, or the Notice of Preparation Scoping Session. And the Notice of Preparation is circulated for 30 days. And during that period, we have an obligation to have a scoping session, and it is staff's preference that those sessions be held by you. That's not a requirement. I just think it's best practice. So we're looking forward to seeing you then. And Scott has another single family home project that may be ready. It is on Pullman. And so you may see that as well that evening. City Council has been working really hard on things that you have seen and made recommendations about. On August 17th, they completed the second reading of the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So that is now being forwarded to HCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as packaged as a submittal for a local coastal program amendment to the Coastal Commission. Council also had a hearing on the draft short-term rental ordinance, as you had overseen it last May. They requested, they continued to a date certain, September 7th, and they requested some modifications that we're working on with them, and we will keep you abreast of that as that goes through. So September 7th, we will be prepared with an updated report and a revised ordinance. September 21st, if things go well with the short-term rental ordinance, we would have a second reading that night. And council will also see Measure D transfer requests on September 21st. And staff from John Dowdy's Public Works folks will have, they'll be hosting a study session on the electrification ordinance. I know some of you attended the workshop, I think it was last week or so. Architectural Advisory Committee met last week. They saw that 727 Main Street project. They also took a look at frontage improvements for the Coast House, which is the former Coastside Inn. This was the hotel purchased by San Mateo County through CARES funding, and it is now being operated by Life Moves as a homeless shelter. And the San Mateo County staff, through an MOU with the city, needs to have exterior improvements reviewed by our Architectural Advisory Committee. So we brought forward fencing and signage changes, as well as landscaping. There's no significant new development associated with this. We worked really hard with them on materials, fence heights, and context for the scenic corridor. And if you're interested in that project, their packet is on, it's posted, of course, with their agenda if you want to keep up with that. Let's see, I'm going to look at an accessory dwelling unit tomorrow at 640 Myrtle. And remembering something. And then we just have a few more matters of interest for you. You noticed, I assume in your packet, that we had a summary of a couple coastal development permit exemptions that were approved recently. One is for crosswalk improvements on Highway 1. It's a Caltrans project, and it does not require a CDP. We did take great pains to give Caltrans input on best practices with respect to pedestrian and bicycle safety and comfort for all of these crossings. They're able to incorporate some of them, but not all of them. But we thought you should know about this. Also, there is a pilot project volleyball, beach volleyball program that is moving forward down at the kind of the north end of Poplar towards Kelly. So it's on part of the beach that is really the city's portion. This would be north of what we call the slot, which is where Seahorse Ranch has a license agreement with the city, and that's how they access Poplar Beach for beach horseback rides. And thus the volleyball and the horses should never overlap, which is part of the intent for the pilot. And we will be really watching to see how this goes. There's a lot of desire for this kind of use. We consulted with the Coastal Commission staff about how to process this as a temporary use, and in the event that it were to become more long-term, there would be a permit. If you have questions about that one, do let us know. It is not required by our code for us to report out CDP exemptions, the way that we're required to report out emergency permits. But both of these are so in the public realm and important that we just thought it would be not just an update, but to actually give you the materials. So those are in your packet. You can see the documents and the plans. I am almost done. Your land use plan binders, we just had it just took a while to get them through the print shop. They are at City Hall. If you would like to come and pick up your binder, please let Tara know. City Hall is open to the public Monday through Thursday. I'm here most Fridays and can let you in. If you still have your public review draft from a year ago, please, we encourage you to bring that one in unless you have notes that you're trying to preserve. It's important to have the right book in front of your nose. There were a few changes that happened through City Council, and so I know that I'm treasuring my previous version, and I need it because I do have those little notes, but I put it underneath my laptop so I don't screw that up. So just you decide what works for you, but do be careful if you keep both. They look almost the same. And finally, we have a few housing updates. I think these are important for our community's interest and things that the Planning Commission will see eventually. Brittany Cozzolino and I are working really hard on the housing element. And right now we are going through our sites inventory. It's a kind of a rigorous exercise, and you will see how this is done. Fortunately for us, we're able to depend on the recently certified land use plan, which is really cast light on the most appropriate sites from your very public review process of that document, along with City Council and the Coastal Commission. We have received our first preliminary application for farm worker housing on a site that is now enabled for it because of its rural coastal land use designation and the workforce housing overlay combining designation. And we are absolutely delighted to have received this. And we are also coordinating with San Mateo County Department of Housing staff for different kinds of funding sources that they have available. They have forgivable loans, for example, for this kind of housing. We will show you more about this later, but the housing type is mobile home. And so provided that we can get the applicant, support the applicant to move quickly, these kinds of projects can have very quick builds, and that is the intent. And so we just want to give you a heads up. It's something that was always envisioned through the land use plan process, and we're pleased to see this coming. There are several others that we're having discussions with, but they have not come forward with applications yet. As they do, we will start to share them with you. And that's my report for tonight. And again, thank you for the long night.
Well, thank you, Jill. I never fail to be impressed by the range of projects and productivity that your team accomplishes. Do any planning commissioners have communications to share? Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes, as Jill mentioned, I did attend the electrification workshop. I thought it was really well done. There were some interesting promises that I heard out of the Peninsula Clean Energy representative, or one of them that particularly caught my ear was the ability to get batteries even if you're not getting solar. That's not in place yet, but watch this space. So I intend to watch that space, and I hope you do too. I think the public, there was a lot of public interest. There was a fairly large amount of public reluctance, I'll say, to see electrification as a benefit over their existing gas appliances, and they were looking for who was going to write the check to pay for the difference. So It was not without a certain degree of tension, but it was a worthwhile conversation. And I hope that the PCE and our staff got what they needed out of the dialogue, and the public kind of got a heads up that mattered. Also, I wanted to mention that just as a reminder, I am planning to be on the North Rim while you're having your next meeting. So I'll miss you, kinda. And thanks again.
Well, thank you. I'm jealous of your upcoming travels. Any other planning commissioner communications?
I just wanted to echo your comments, Commissioner or Chair Ruddick, on the productivity of city staff, and also call out that as a community, we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we are explicitly working on homeless housing. We are working on workforce housing, and we are building out more usable park space. The volleyball parks, the volleyball plan, I think is an awesome first step, and I'm really supportive of it. So thank you for your hard work.
Oh, well said. Other communications? Well, how about a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Benjamin so moves.
I'll second.
Vice Chair Polgar seconds.
Commissioner Benjamin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Polgar,
Yes.
and Chair Ruddick.
Yes,
Motion.
Good night.
Sure.
meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Be well.